Did Homer really exist? Welcome to Collapx, where history comes to life and each video immerses you in the fate of those who have shaped the world. Today, let's trace the footsteps of a man whose name has resonated for nearly 3 millennia, Homer. The legendary poet, the supposed author of the Iliad and the Odyssey, these two foundational stories that gave Greece its identity and the West its eternal myths. But behind these immortal verses, one question remains. Did Homer really exist? Was he a unique poet, a solitary genius who put into words the memory of a people? Or was he just a name, a legend invented to conceal an oral tradition passed down by countless anonymous voices? But before embarking on a new adventure, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the channel to not miss anything. Thank you, and have a nice trip. Between 1200 and 800. Before Christ, the world went through a series of major upheavals that marked the end of the Bronze Age and paved the way for a new era. This period, often considered as a transition between the system of great kingdoms at the end of the second millennium and the more fragmented political forms of the first millennium, saw several established powers collapse. Among them, first were the Mycenaean kingdoms, located on what is now mainland Greece, which had prospered since the 16th century before Christ. At the same time, the powerful Hittite Empire, largely dominated by kings who ruled from Hattusa in modern-day central Turkey, abruptly disappeared. Finally, the last phase of the New Kingdom of Egypt, which had reached its peak with famously renowned pharaohs like Ramses II, faltered in turn. Vast commercial and cultural networks, well established throughout the Mediterranean basin and beyond, disintegrated or deeply reoriented, while new forms of political organization and new techniques emerged. It was a fascinating period marked both by massive destructions and by the progressive rebirth of new societies. The abrupt halt suffered by these great powers has long sparked numerous hypotheses. Current historical and archaeological research emphasizes a conjunction of factors: internal political crises, military conflicts, possible famines linked to climatic fluctuations, and population movements. Among the human groups famously associated with the fall of these kingdoms are what Egyptian texts call the Sea Peoples. Egyptian inscriptions, notably those found in the mortuary temples of Pharaoh Ramses III at Medinet Habu, describe waves of populations likely coming from the Aegean or Anatolian regions and who attempted to invade the Nile Valley. They are presented as divided into different tribes like the Pelet, the Chardons, the Sheklesh, etc., possessing ships and weaponry made for piracy and war. Despite the difficulties in linking these sea peoples to very precise ethnic or cultural entities, their eruption into the Mediterranean space contributed to altering commercial relations and the power network. Following these invasions and the collapse of the ancient structures, a new geopolitical context took shape. In Mesopotamia, towards the end of the second millennium, the Assyrian Empire began an expansion phase under various ambitious kings. The Assyrians, whose historic capital was at Assur and then at Nineveh in what is now northern Iraq, developed a solid military and administrative organization that enabled them to durably control vast territories. Their campaigns towards the west, into Syria and reaching the Mediterranean, reorganized the map of the Near East. This expansion did not happen instantaneously, but step by step. Some Neo-Hittite and Aramean kingdoms, which appeared in southeastern Anatolia and Syria, sometimes mixed with local populations, asserted themselves temporarily before gradually being subdued or integrated into the Assyrian orbit. In this recomposed landscape, new cities led by Aramean dynasties, speaking a Semitic language close to Hebrew, structured themselves along major communication axes. The Phoenicians, divided into independent city-states, also began to gain importance. Regarding the Phoenicians, it is essential to understand their key role in the maritime trade that developed after the fall of the Bronze Age. Settled on the Levantine coast in the area of present-day Lebanon and part of Syria, they inherited a long tradition of navigation and commerce. Although mentioned in later sources, the Phoenicians gradually became indispensable thanks to their merchant fleets, capable of coastal navigation and crossing the Mediterranean to Cyprus, Egypt, and probably as far as Iberia. Their cities like Tyre, Sidon, or Byblos gained increasing renown between the 12th and 9th centuries before Christ. This fame was based on their artisanal productions, notably textiles dyed with purple, a rare and sought-after dye. At the same time, the use of the Phoenician alphabet began to spread. Simple and practical, it would influence other alphabetic writing systems, from the Aramaic alphabet to the Greek alphabet, and would constitute an effective communication tool for merchants and scribes. In Asia, further east, a decisive event occurred around the 11th century before Christ. The Zhou dynasty, according to Chinese tradition, overthrew the Shang dynasty around 1046 before Christ during the Battle of Muye. This was not just a local conflict, but a major transition marking the entry of a new conception of power built on the idea of the mandate of heaven. The Zhou, settled in the northwest of what is now China, justified their legitimacy by explaining that heaven had entrusted them with the mission to govern in place of the Shang, considered morally deficient. In a world that knew nothing of the West, the Zhou extended their influence over a vast area, reorganizing Chinese society around principalities and fiefs granted to nobles. This reorganization would lay the foundation for the period later known as the Spring and Autumn, and then the Warring States periods. During the period from 1200 to 800 before Christ, this new dynasty set about consolidating its power and establishing a complex system of alliances, the effects of which would extend over several centuries. On the other side of the globe, in Mesoamerica, we find the Olmec culture, often considered the mother culture of pre-Columbian civilizations. From as early as the 13th century before Christ, communities flourished along the Gulf of Mexico's coast, in present-day Veracruz and Tabasco. They left behind impressive megaliths, including the famous colossal heads, sculpted from basalt stone, weighing several tons. The Olmecs developed elaborate art, complex religious iconography, and, according to some researchers, a rudimentary writing system whose traces have been found engraved. This Olmec culture was obviously not in contact with the civilizations of the Mediterranean basin, the Near East, or China. No evidence of direct exchanges exists. However, it is striking to note that, simultaneously, several great societies around the globe experienced political reorganizations, technological innovations, as well as a rise in cultures and beliefs that were sometimes original. At the heart of these transformations, the end of the Bronze Age was accompanied by a gradual generalization of iron. Archaeologists note that the use of iron was not entirely unknown before 1200 before Christ, especially since there have been iron meteorite objects for millennia, but its large-scale exploitation developed mainly at the transition between the second and first millennium. Blacksmiths gradually managed to master the heating temperatures, the removal of slag, and quenching techniques, making iron tools and weapons increasingly competitive compared to bronze objects, which still required tin and copper. In regions like Anatolia, expertise in iron metallurgy spread as the supply routes for tin might have become more difficult to secure. Iron, therefore, offered more autonomy to societies wanting to produce their own blades, agricultural instruments, and everyday utensils. This technological change had a huge impact on military and economic balances, as it reduced dependence on tin, sometimes imported from distant regions such as Central Asia. In parallel, the Phoenician alphabets opened new horizons for the transmission of knowledge and the standardization of communications. Devoid of syllabic or ideographic complexities, they offer a relatively direct association between grapheme and phoneme, which allows for clearer recording of commercial, administrative, or religious information. The Phoenician navigators, in contact with various peoples, contribute to spreading this innovation in the Mediterranean basin. In Greece, for example, the adoption of a form of alphabet derived from the Phoenician, later enriched with vowels to suit the particularities of Greek, will have a crucial importance for the development of the written culture, notably the fixation of the future Homeric poems. Later, the Aramaic alphabet, also related to the Phoenician system, will become the base of a wide diffusion in the East, serving in some Syrian kingdoms and then influencing the writing of Hebrew and other Semitic languages. Thus, post-Bronze Age connections, even reduced and reorganized, still facilitate the circulation of ideas and technologies that will be decisive for history. Regarding long-distance trade networks, their resumption after the collapse of the Great Kingdoms happens in a partial but significant manner. Even though the maritime and land route systems are no longer centrally managed by powerful royal courts, independent merchants and local communities re-establish often more flexible exchange circuits. In the eastern Mediterranean, the island of Cyprus retains a strategic role, being rich in copper, a major component of bronze. Land caravans, for their part, still follow ancient routes linking Mesopotamia to the Levantine coast, but now under the growing eye of the Assyrians or small Aramean entities. Various luxury items circulate, such as ivory or semi-precious stones, notably lapis lazuli and carnelian, exchanged for raw materials essential to craftsmanship. Finances and control of commerce remain levers of power for political entities in formation or in full resilience. On the level of daily life and social organization, a profound change occurs after the disappearance of the palatial systems that characterized civilizations like the Mycenaeans or the Hittites. Previously, central palaces often controlled the redistribution of resources, held artisanal monopolies, and managed writing to account for stocks. With their collapse, populations scatter into smaller communities, established in regions easier to defend or exploit. There is a multiplication of fortified villages, sometimes perched on natural heights. Urbanization, as it was known in the great Mycenaean or Hittite centers, transforms, and the social hierarchy becomes less visible, although an emerging military aristocracy takes on importance here and there. Written communication takes a blow in some areas due to the lack of centralized administration. This is notably the case in Greece, where linear B writing disappears, leading to a decline in the production of tablets with economic purposes. In such a context, demographics show signs of decline at the beginning of the period due to the combined effect of conflicts, migrations, and the loss of state structures. However, as populations resettle in more secure zones, the trend slowly reverses. In several regions, agriculture reorganizes around small family or clan farms, less dependent on large royal domains. Artisanal activities continue, albeit in a reduced form, before progressively picking up momentum. Iron metallurgy, in particular, requires skilled artisans, capable of forging blades, arrowheads, or high-quality plowshares. In many cases, artisanal specialization remains localized at the level of villages or small regional centers, which implies sustained exchanges to procure ore, fuel, or know-how. In terms of artistic and cultural development, the temporary decline of writing favors oral traditions, singing, epic tales, and the transmission of foundational narratives, whether they are warrior-like or mythological. Certainly, the grand architectural monuments and sophisticated frescoes of the palatial era give way to less monumental productions. However, pottery retains decorations, sometimes simplified, that still evoke ancient techniques. In Anatolia, small Neo-Hittite kingdoms continue to produce bas-reliefs and orthostats reminiscent of monumental Hittite art. On the Phoenician coast, ivory sculpture and residual bronze metallurgy are passed down from generation to generation, nurturing a local style recognized for its finesse and which is exchanged with other regions. From the Aegean Sea to the Fertile Crescent, the integration of distinct cultural elements is reflected in the hybridization of styles. The spinning wheel, for example, spreads more widely, allowing for better weaving and the multiplication of decorated textiles. The restructuring of Mediterranean trade, meanwhile, benefits navigators who take the risk of venturing on routes once controlled by centralized royal navies. The Phoenicians in particular, but also groups of Aegean or Cypriot sailors, establish new trading posts or intensify relations with remote communities. It is believed that the search for metals such as iron, copper, silver, and gold motivates many expeditions. Cultural ties are made and undone depending on trade opportunities, creating a mosaic of influences that foreshadows the archaic period of the Greek world and the commercial flourishing of the peoples of the Levant. Objects bearing inscriptions or characteristic iconographic motifs sometimes appear far from their original production site, evidence of an increased mobility of goods and a renewed taste for exchange. In the Near East, the rise of certain Aramean city-states also plays a role in the growth of overland trade links. Situated on major caravan routes, they facilitate the passage of goods coming from Mesopotamia or Assyria to the Mediterranean coast. Conversely, Mediterranean products, notably wine, oil, precious wood, or resin, can thus reach the royal courts of Nineveh or Damascus. This emerging economy encourages political alliances of convenience, border treaties, and occasionally bitter rivalries, particularly when the Assyrian Empire seeks to assert its military and fiscal control. The period thus witnesses a juxtaposition of very diverse local developments: moderate fortifications, variable demographics, oral cultures, and regional crafts. Power structures adjust and adapt to the constraints arising from the void left by the disappearance of the great empires of the late Bronze Age. In this vast panorama, it would be easy to oppose the Western Mediterranean, still little affected by events, and the East in full effervescence. However, current research shows that, while contexts differ, the long-term repercussions indeed extend as far as Italy, Sicily, and even further west. The movements of populations, notably certain groups identified as the Siculi or the Sardinians, suggest migrations to these regions, perhaps linked to the major upheavals in the Levant. Certainly, archaeology sometimes struggles to distinguish a massive influx of conquerors from a gradual infiltration of migrants, but nevertheless, the socio-political transformations echo throughout the entire Mediterranean basin. Material traces, such as the gradual adoption of iron objects or the circulation of pottery styles, indicate a world increasingly connected, albeit differently from the Bronze Age. Although these ongoing tensions persist, several indicators suggest that as early as the 10th century before Christ, the population starts to stabilize and sometimes accelerate in zones that have become safe again, in both the Near East and Greece. Villages expand, more solid architecture appears, and agricultural production diversifies. Some city-states, like those seen in archaic Greece or the flourishing Phoenicia of the 9th century, demonstrate that reconstruction is viable. With exchanges becoming sufficiently regular, ideas and techniques circulate, promoting, for example, the refinement of casting techniques or the improvement of writing protocols. It is in this changing climate, oscillating between the legacy of the past and innovation, that the historical framework of the first millennium before Christ takes shape. The The palace traditions are no longer an insurmountable model. They give way to more local powers, sometimes ephemeral, but capable of flexibility and technological inventiveness. In these regions undergoing reformation, there is also a noted persistence of religious or cultic links, which, despite the disappearance of some royal sanctuaries, still consolidate the awareness of belonging to the same large civilizational space. Local deities can be adopted into the pantheon of foreign entities. In the Levant, Baal or Astarte established themselves as the protective deities of navigation and fertility, while in Anatolia, the cult of the mother goddess reinvents itself in forms associated with the new powers. In Egypt, despite the weakening of the new kingdom, the religious tradition remains vibrant around gods like Ra or Amun, perpetuating millennia-old cults. This religious continuity amidst political, economic, and social changes perfectly underlines the complexity of the period. The collapse of the Bronze Age does not erase everything, but redistributes the cards, allowing each region to adapt and build new power relationships. During the transition from the imposing palatial centers of the Mycenaean civilization to the more modest settlements of the post-palatial era, Greece experiences a marked socio-economic slowdown. Around 1200 before Christ, the Mycenaean culture, renowned for its fortresses and elaborate administrative structures, gradually collapses, leading to a dispersion of power. The palaces, once animated by scribes using linear B script to control stocks and supervise the economy, disappear under the effect of internal turmoil and external attacks. In this climate of upheaval, small tribal communities emerge under the leadership of local chiefs called basileis, who provide a more limited but necessary authority to settle disputes and organize defenses. Often from noble families taking pride in legends passed down through generations, these basileis manage conflicts, structure production, and ensure internal cohesion of their valley or territory. The disappearance of linear B script, widely practiced in the bureaucratic framework of the Mycenaean palaces, marks one of the most notable features of this period, often referred to as the Dark Ages. In the absence of written documents, knowledge of these centuries relies primarily on material traces, such as pottery fragments or rearranged tombs. Many sectors of Greece then experience a demographic decline, with populations sometimes relocating to defensible locations, reducing interactions to a local level. Within this fragmented landscape, the memory of ancient fortresses is transmitted orally, nurturing an idealized notion of a more united and prosperous era. During this same phase, the artisanal and funerary world is renewed, initiating what is called the geometric material culture. Pottery features more complex patterns, made of lines, spirals, and angular figures, marking a pursuit of visual balance. Vases intended for burials, whether initially proto-geometric before evolving towards a mature geometric style, provide crucial insights into the organization of funerary rites and the homage paid to the deceased. There is a growing formalization of ceremonies. The objects placed near tombs express a desire to maintain a symbolic lineage between the living and their ancestors, consolidating family identities within scattered communities. Beyond death and its customs, vestiges indicate the birth of a new type of gathering, the symposium, which gradually gains popularity among nobles and elite warriors. In this context, wine, served using richly decorated craters with geometric patterns, plays a central role in affirming the prestige of the participants. The symposium is not just a banquet, it is also a privileged moment to exchange sung verses, discuss past heroic actions, and establish a convivial emulation. This sociability strengthens the sense of belonging among warriors and increases the symbolic power of the basileis, while paving the way for the first agonistic competitions that will punctuate Greek history. From the 9th century before Christ, Greece begins a slow reopening towards the eastern lands, driven by the Phoenicians, renowned for their nautical skills and their intense trade activity on the Levantine coasts. These skilled negotiators, masters in shipbuilding and in establishing trading posts, travel the Mediterranean, transporting metals, fabrics, and precious objects. In this dynamic of exchanges, the Greeks adopt the Phoenician alphabet, to which they add vowels to make the transcription of their own language more practical. This transfer of graphic system represents a determining milestone for the future Greek literary tradition, as it gives the Greeks a simplified means to note song, poetry, and scholarly exchanges. The introduction of this new alphabet also facilitates the purchase and sale of specialized goods, since the terms borrowed from the Phoenicians often concern navigation, commercial techniques, and certain artisanal innovations. The maritime routes of the Aegean Sea, with major transit points like Euboea or Attica, experience intense activity, as Phoenician ships land rare and coveted goods there. According to several accounts, it is probably through these regular contacts that Greek artisans become familiar with purple dye, produced from a local shellfish and with certain metallurgical processes. This circulation of know-how enriches the cultural practices of the elites, eager for luxury items and exotic tales, while fostering a sense of belonging to an increasingly connected whole. Parallel to this renewed openness toward the East, several sacred spaces take on a general significance, transcending local boundaries to become true pan-Hellenic sanctuaries. The site of Olympia, located in Elis, establishes itself as a major site dedicated to Zeus, where competitions are held every few years in a religious context. According to tradition, the founding of the Olympic Games dates back to 776 before Christ, a date later adopted by scholars as the starting point of many chronological systems. On the slopes of Mount Parnassus, Delphi also plays a central spiritual role. Dedicated to Apollo, this sanctuary attracts travelers who come to seek advice from the Pythia, whose oracle is reputed throughout Greece. These festive and sacred gatherings already weave the fabric of a nascent Greekness. In Olympia specifically, athletic prowess becomes a moment of exaltation of strength and fair play, embodying an ideal of excellence shared by all participants. Cities send their runners, wrestlers, or boxers, while the sacred truce called the Ekacheria is proclaimed, protecting athletes and visitors. A wreath of olive leaves, simple yet endowed with great prestige, rewards each winner upon their return to their city. Meanwhile, Delphi distinguishes itself with contests where musical performance and poetry are added to physical strength, thus valuing the art of singing and eloquence. Through these gatherings, the idea of a common culture is consolidated, founded on rules and cultural institutions uniting previously fragmented communities. In parallel, a social order dominated by aristocrats who rely on war to assert their authority is emerging. Among these fighters, Time, which means honor, and Kleos, the heroic reputation, are supreme values. Recognition aims to demonstrate the nobility of each individual, whether through the gift of refined cups at festive gatherings or through martial display on the battlefield. Rivalry is codified, giving rise to forms of competitive ceremonies where bonds of camaraderie are strengthened. The epic song, stemming from an oral tradition dating back to the Mycenaean era, exalts legendary warriors and offers a model of exploits to emulate, providing a moral and identity foundation for combatants. Within these societies in recomposition, the regular practice of gift exchanges values both the giver and the receiver. Thus, the possession of a rare object, the solemn presentation of a decorated weapon, or the display of a cup engraved with tribal emblems can signify an act of alliance or ratify a truce. The tales sung by the Aedes, craftsmen of collective memory, celebrate these acts of generosity and legitimize the authority of those who best embody these ideals. To the vanished written tablets, this oral dissemination of values succeeds, where bravery, loyalty, and munificence form the essential triptych of a warrior elite concerned with their reputation. Despite political instability, these tribal communities gradually outline the contours of future city-states. Little by little, local assemblies, often composed of notable warriors and influential heads of families, meet to discuss the course of action to be taken in case of conflict or important decision-making. In certain regions, the emergence of fortified locations reflects the need to defend against external raids, whether they come from other Greek groups or neighboring populations. This nascent organization lays the groundwork for the emergence of true police, equipped with more structured institutions and magistrates capable of managing collective life. The identity markers then coalesce around civic cults and shared rites. In this evolving system, the role of the warrior aristocrat expands, as does that of the priest and the seer, responsible for consulting divine signs before launching an expedition. Bronze or clay figurines, discovered as votive offerings, testify to the growing piety of certain sanctuaries. Olympia at Delphi, but also sites like the Heraion of Argos or the Sanctuary of Artemis at Ephesus, receive regular deposits, often composed of small, precious objects. In addition to their religious function, these offerings enhance the notoriety of the family who consecrated them, as they make visible a commitment to communal worship and devotion to the protective deity. On the purely military front, the weapons and armor also reflect the rise of this aristocracy. Bronze cuirasses and helmets attest to an evolution in striking and forging techniques, while the iron-bladed sword begins to replace the old bronze blades. To distinguish themselves from their rivals, some leaders do not hesitate to adorn their shields with decorative motifs, representing imaginary animals or dynastic symbols. Conflicts remain limited to small raids and occasional skirmishes, rather than extensive military campaigns. Thus, there is an increasing structuring of society around warrior values, but also of a religious and festive organization gradually unifying the Greeks. Gradually, this context prepares what some historians call the slow Greek Renaissance of the 8th century before Christ. Itinerant poets build a collective imagination, while maritime trade intensifies. New forms of governance emerge, stimulated by the alphabet and the shared memory of great deeds. These transformations herald the advent of more powerful cities, ready to shape the political landscape of the archaic era. The Aoidoi, these itinerant singers of archaic Greece, embody the very spirit of oral transmission and the collective memory of a world in full recomposition after the collapse of the great Mycenaean palaces. Between the 12th century before Christ and the period following these dark centuries, they travel through villages, public squares, and lordly homes to recount the great deeds of heroes and foundational stories. They do not merely entertain, they also preserve the link to a past that is at once real and mythified. In a social universe bereft of any form of lasting writing, the singer becomes the vector through which fundamental values, norms of conduct, and the memories of a bygone age are perpetuated. His role goes far beyond simple entertainment. He constitutes the living voice of a collective memory and the principal instrument by which essential knowledge is transmitted from generation to generation. For the scattered communities of this post-Mycenaean Greece, the Aioidos represents a form of sacred and respected traveler, capable of gathering around him elders and children, warriors and artisans, aristocrats and common folk. He is often welcomed with hospitality because his song is precious. He weaves the threads of a common identity. His stories describe battles, sea journeys, mythological variants, while answering moral questions. How to behave with hosts and strangers, by what codes are conflicts settled, why honor the gods. Through each song, the Aioidos implicitly shows listeners what is considered noble or infamous, courageous or cowardly, worthy of praise or whispered as a discreet reproach. Thus, we find the idea that the Aioidos does not just tell epics for pleasure, but introduces those who listen, in a festive or solemn setting, to the fundamental principles of a society still very focused on honor and reputation. The effectiveness of these singers lies in their ability to compose lengthy, epic episodes on the fly, to reuse pre-established formulas, and to handle a specific recitation technique. The Aioidoi are part of a tradition sometimes passed down from master to disciple, sometimes learned by simple immersion among older singers at banquets or ritual gatherings. They draw from an immense reservoir of mythical stories, war anecdotes, family genealogies, and hymns to the deities. Over time, this vast repository of stories molds into locally adapted versions, each shaped by the memory and imagination of the Aioidos who delivers it. Thus, each performance becomes a creation both new and ancient. The broad outlines remain stable, but the arrangement of episodes, the digressions, or even the emphasis on such and such a hero vary according to the occasions, the mood of the singer, and the reaction of the audience. The key to this true creative tour de force lies in the use of formulas, these ready-made expressions that fit easily into the verses and allow the Aioidos to recite long sequences without losing track. A formula often presents itself as an epithet or a group of words associated with a character, a weapon, or an action. For example, a hero can be designated by a set of ready-made qualifiers describing his bravery or lineage. An object, like a boat or a spear, may systematically receive a recurrent attribute. The utility of these formulas is manifold, as they maintain the poetic rhythm, facilitate memorization, and confer upon the epic a solemn dimension. The listeners, even when the story varies, find familiar landmarks that anchor the poetry in a tradition widely shared across the entirety of Hellenic communities. These formulas and epithets are organized around a precise metric system, the dactylic hexameter. This meter, composed of 6 rhythmic units, dactyls or spondees, offers a structured framework for the narrative. It acts as a true mnemonic support, since it allows the singer to fit words into a rhythmic matrix. Each line follows the previous one according to a regular pattern, which makes oral poetry more coherent and easier to retain. The hexameter naturally accommodates repetitive sequences, and the Aioidoi learn to adapt the verbal flow according to the accentuation and quantity of syllables. In a society devoid of writing, this system proves essential. It ensures the proper transmission, without too much distortion, of long narrative segments. The poets can thus remember hundreds, even thousands of verses, and maintain the cohesion of a sprawling narrative of glorious combats and divine adventures. Beyond the very principle of metrics, the performance is accompanied by musical instruments that support and punctuate the song. Among the most common are the lyre, a plucked string instrument, and the very symbol of the evocative power of poetry in Greek culture. Some bards also use the pharynx, a more elaborate type of lyre, often mentioned in archaic texts. By striking a few strings at the right moment, the singer creates an atmosphere conducive to the reception of the poem. These brief chords, played between two sung passages, help to punctuate the narrative, prepare the singer's memory for the next part, and maintain the audience's attention. The musical accompaniment, though simplistic compared to modern music standards, holds an important dramatic and didactic function. It helps the spectators feel each dramatic or emotional intensity embedded in the story. However, the art of the bard is not just a linear and rigid recitation. On the contrary, it involves controlled improvisation. When launching into his song, the bard often adapts the length of episodes, inserts or removes certain scenes, develops a dramatic passage to move the assembly or speeds up a transition to maintain a brisk rhythm. The heroes may receive more or less attention depending on where the bard is. If the city holds a municipal legend around one of the protagonists, the bard will emphasize this character to flatter his local audience. If performing before an aristocracy particularly proud of its ancestors, he will highlight a glorious episode to which supposedly their lineage is connected. This adaptability is coupled with constant interaction with those listening. Indeed, exclamations, applause, or even occasional interventions can influence the continuation of the narrative, prompting the singer to focus on an unexpected episode or, conversely, to shorten a story that does not generate the expected enthusiasm. In the dim light of banquets, under the thatched roofs of great communal halls, the bard often stands or sits on a slightly elevated bench. He begins with an invocation to the muse, the symbol of his inspiration. Then, when he plays a few chords on his lyre, silence falls among the guests. The song begins, paced by diction and accents, the voice modulated to highlight the tragedy or pride of a hero. Sometimes, he briefly pauses to take a sip of wine, and other times, he takes a moment to check if he has evoked the right emotion. When the performance lasts several hours, each part can be divided into key moments: the description of a battle scene, a dialogue between two fighters, an aside on the divine origins of the conflict, or an improvised funeral eulogy. Each of these elements, closely associated with recurring formulas, fits into a larger structure that the bard drafts as his performance unfolds. Over the generations following the Mycenaean collapse, the narrative material transforms. The early songs, while preserving the memory of the downfall of palaces and the departure of populations in search of new lands, also focus on the wanderings of the heroes after the fall of these ancient power centers. Over time, more clearly defined heroic cycles begin to emerge. The Trojan cycle is an emblematic example, centered on the famous Trojan War, told from different points of view and multiple protagonists. Bards gradually connect their songs to a larger set, capable of covering the entire epic chronology from the distant origin of the heroes to their final battles. In this movement, the tradition consolidates, and the key scenes, the abduction of Helen, the Achaean siege, Achilles' wrath, the trick of the wooden horse, the return of the victors, eventually become fixed milestones around which variations and additions are grafted. This evolution towards better structured narratives does not exclude the creativity of the singers. On the contrary, it offers them a framework on which to lay new poetic ornamentations. The audience already knows the main lines of the stories, giving the poet room to develop less-known scenes, invent dialogues, or introduce secondary characters. The bard can add a hospitality episode, detail a naval battle, or embroider around a singular duel according to his inclinations or the expectations of his audience. The transition between the Mycenaean collapse, where poetry possibly focused on the nostalgia of the palaces and the ensuing desolation, and the period when the great heroic cycles emerge, thus coincides with the rise of a warrior aristocracy eager for epic tales. This new elite wishes to hear songs celebrating bravery, loyalty to the group, the dishonor for those who do not respect the hierarchy of gifts, and the symbolic prestige attached to arms. The songs, therefore, adapt to a society that, despite the disappearance of the complex administrative systems of the Bronze Age, remains attached to the idea of continuity with the illustrious lineages of the past. The heroes mentioned by the bards are described not only as highly valued figures, but also as potential ancestors of the local basileis, these leaders of clans and small communities. Establishing a link with an illustrious character sung by the bard means asserting one's legitimacy to govern or stand out, while maintaining the moral and ideological unity of the community. Thus, when the bard enters a village, he is often invited to adapt the song to include familiar names and places. Influential families hope to find in it something to enhance their prestige, while the common folk, fascinated by the legendary reach, feel united by these exploits resonating beyond their own existence. In this social landscape, the performance of the bard also contributes to the informal education of the younger generations. Children and adolescents, who do not have access to writing or structured schools, discover in epic stories a primary cultural reference. They learn which virtues to imitate, what behaviors to avoid, and which gods to pray to for fortune and glory. As the heroes brave adversity in the song, listeners discover the code of honor, which is the time, and the fame, which is the kleos, two central values in the aristocratic mentality of archaic Greece. The bards, drawing from their repertoires, often inherited from local traditions, amplified by time, offer an indirect pedagogy that prepares new generations for the realities of a community life still dominated by the competition for prestige. Over time, they have also become semi-sacred figures. In some cities or islands, their qualities are attributed to divine inspiration. The muse, daughter of Mnemosyne, the personified memory, is said to blow the words into the poet's mouth. This sacred aura spills over onto the entire performance. Before singing, one might see the bard implore the muse or thank Apollo, the god of music and poetry. This invocation ritual serves to affirm that the singer is the mediator between the world of men and that of the gods, capable of making resonate the fate of heroes who fell long ago on legendary battlefields. The audience, in turn, is lulled by the certainty that, thanks to the bard, a direct link with heroic, even divine times is restored in this moment of performance. However, there are subtle variations in instrumentation and singing technique depending on the regions. Some islands in the Aegean Sea favor a more melismatic form of singing, playing on the variations in pitch of the voice, while elsewhere, the tempo is more solemn and framed by a slow and majestic narrative. The bards can travel from one peninsula to another, carrying their lyre in a leather bag, and return with new stories gleaned from contact with other storytellers. The songs in vogue in the south of the Peloponnese are not necessarily the same as those heard in Ionia or Boeotia. This diversity contributes to the progressive enrichment of the epic fund. Each region brings its own share of tutelary deities, founding heroes, sacred places, and oral poetry makes a mix that, far from being systematically coherent, reflects nonetheless the plurality of the emerging Greek identity. We also notice, through certain linguistic traces and dialectical differences in the epics, that the oral tradition absorbs the specificities of the language of a given area. Some formulas appear with Ionian twists, while others evoke archaisms closer to the ancient Mycenaean language. Over time, the song acquires a pan-Hellenic dimension that fuses various dialects into a supra-regional poetic idiom. This convergence results in part from the homogenization work carried out by the most talented Aids, whose fame spreads far and wide, and who eventually impose formulas considered more elegant or prestigious. The gradual transition from a fragmented transmission, centered on the ruin of Mycenaean palaces and the wandering of survivors, to consolidated heroic cycles is observed progressively. Initially, there are scattered songs recounting the death of heroes or the destruction of cities. Then, increasingly, epic cores are formed around major conflicts and key heroes, such as Achilles, Agamemnon, Odysseus, or Diomedes for the Trojan War. Regional myths gradually insert themselves into this global framework, so that by the end of the Archaic period, some renowned poets are already able to deliver epic versions covering a wide chronological arc. The Aeon then adds prologues, flashbacks, and prophecies announcing the future, so that the audience feels they are facing a complete universe where the threads of destiny are woven and unwoven. The practices of collective singing during religious festivals or political gatherings also contribute to this structuring. Some shared sanctuaries regularly invite Aedes for poetry contests, fostering healthy competition among them. The singers then strive to make their recitations more ordered, more striking, and to include memorable innovations. By observing each other, they end up adopting the elements that please the audience the most, perfecting their use of epithets, or introducing variations in the organization of the narrative. The spectators, along with their aristocratic patrons, encourage this dynamic. An Aeon's unexpected digression can leave a lasting impression, enhancing their reputation and opening new venues for their performances. As we glimpse the end of these dark ages, the Aedes have already contributed to shaping a legendary foundation from which the major themes of the Greek epic emerge. The reminiscences of the Mycenaean collapse, the flight of refugees, the political reorganization into small chiefdoms, all of this is gradually reinterpreted through the prism of heroic destiny. The ancient palaces are now seen as once splendid bastions, ruled by powerful kings, whom the gods themselves sometimes visited. In this reformulated narrative, the fall of these great strongholds is merely a tragic episode at the beginning of the cycle of stories, a prelude to the genesis of a new aristocracy that forges its own legitimacy by evoking those bygone times. The collective imagination, nourished by each performance, ends up assimilating the Mycenaean period to the framework of a golden age or an age of heroes, whose grandeur contrasts with the relative modesty of subsequent political structures. Gradually, we move from a diffuse oral tradition, where each Aeon weaves fragmentary tales around ruins and half-forgotten figures, to a true narrative coherence. This is structured around heroes transcended by song, prestigious norms shared by all who claim this epic heritage. The virtuosity of the itinerant singer, capable of shaping their tale live in front of a receptive audience, helps to shape historical awareness and common values. The Aeon thus fulfills a role as a cultural cement, reconfiguring the scattered memories of a disrupted past into a solid, poetic whole, where each listener finds something to nourish their sense of belonging and understanding of the world around them. At the scale of the ancient Greek world, the figure of Homer is the subject of a set of legendary tales that crystallized around a quasi-mythical name. Numerous ancient testimonies, often contradictory, attempt to shed light on the life of the one whom tradition considers the author of the Iliad and the Odyssey. Several cities, scattered around the Aegean Sea and beyond, claim the honor of having been his birthplace. Smyrna, a city located on the coast of Asia Minor, not far from present-day Izmir in Turkey, Chios, which is the island off the coast of Ionia, Colophon, which is the ancient Ionian site near present-day western Turkey, and even the island of Ios, south of the Cyclades archipelago, are among the most frequently mentioned. At each era, a particular city might claim Homer in order to appropriate his literary and cultural prestige, seeing it as a way to enhance its influence among the other communities of the Greek world. The ancients were not only motivated by patriotic pride, they sought in Homer's biography elements that could explain his genius. Accounts vary not only on the question of his birthplace, but also on his ancestry. Some traditions echo a divine or semi-divine lineage, while others emphasize a modest origin. The competing cities relied on anecdotes, inscriptions, or oral traditions to justify their claim. Thus, in the sources that have come down to us, Smyrna is sometimes considered the place where Homer grew up, Chios the location where he established his school of rhapsodes, and Ios as the place of his death. This multiplicity of versions, far from providing us with historical certainty, primarily reflects the symbolic power that the Greeks attributed to Homer, already considered a foundational poet, at least since the archaic period around the 7th century before Christ. Among the stories that regularly appear throughout the traditions, there is the depiction of Homer as a blind Ioidos. The word Ioidos originally referred to a singing poet, a creator of poetry who recited or sang his compositions during banquets or religious ceremonies. In the imagination of ancient Greece, several poets or blind prophets could embody this figure of an inner seer whose physical blindness was compensated by a true visionary gift. The Greeks saw in the loss of sight a means to access profound knowledge. The blind poet, deprived of the most immediate sense, developed a form of mystical clairvoyance or divine inspiration. This motif is also found in the seer Tiresias, or in various myths related to the compensation of a handicap with a supernatural power. In the case of Homer, blindness is often depicted as symbolic of his closeness to the gods and his ability to dive into the distant past to extract epic songs. Ancient texts also mention the idea that Homer, due to this blindness, was guided in his movements by a child. One imagines the poet making his way slowly through the alleys of Ionian cities, or boarding ships, to cross the Aegean, always supported by this attentive guide. Nevertheless, ancient sources disagree on the identity of this child. They agree more on the image of a poor Aoidos, forced to beg for his bread, yet whose dignity was not tarnished by his condition. The notion of noble mendicancy, or at least respected, is embedded in the tradition of the rhapsodes who traveled from city to city to sing excerpts from the epic. The public offered hospitality and a reward, often in kind, in the form of meals or gifts, to the one who entertained or educated the community. According to certain traditions, Homer became famous in several cities by competing with other itinerant singers, striving to establish who held the most brilliant epic mastery. The most emblematic location for such competitions remains the island of Delos, renowned for being an important sanctuary of Apollo. In antiquity, Delos gathered large crowds during the grand religious festivals that honored the god of music and poetry. Rhapsode contests were organized there, and poets would recite epic passages in turn before an audience composed of both aristocrats, religious authorities, and visitors from all over the Aegean basin. The idea that Homer might have excelled in these oratorical contests, presenting fragments of his vast tales, has grown in the collective imagination. The rhapsode contests at Delos are frequently mentioned in ancient biographies, even though we have no formal evidence of Homer's precise historical presence at Delos. To trace the various elements of the Homeric legend, historians and philologists of antiquity had to rely on texts called the Lives of Homer, one of the most famous being the pseudo-Heraclitean life of Homer. This name indicates that the text was long attributed to Heraclitus, a known ancient author, whereas it is likely a text wrongly attributed at a later date. The pseudo-Heraclitean life of Homer offers a series of imagined anecdotes explaining the poet's origins, the circumstances of his life, and how he composed. Often, This narrative takes considerable liberties with chronology and facts, focusing on picturesque anecdotes or marvelous details. For instance, it suggests that Homer might have derived his name from the Greek word homeros, which means hostage or companion in some interpretations, suggesting he was taken hostage or constantly guided. Other exegetes see it as a reference to the idea of a poet who cannot see, linking this word to a potential root for blindness. Another important source is the Sermon Homeri et Hesiodi, which means the contest of Homer and Hesiod. In this text, dated to the Hellenistic period or later, there is a semi-legendary episode where Homer supposedly met Hesiod, also presented as a great poet, notably the author of the Theogony and Works and Days. The two men supposedly faced off in a poetic contest before a prestigious audience. Hesiod allegedly won, not so much for the beauty of his verses, but because his poem was judged more constructive for the moral edification of humans, while Homer's work, more epic and flamboyant, was denied the prize. The Sermon presents various excerpts of their verbal jousts, one reciting the description of a battle scene, the other composing an exaltation of agricultural work and a peaceful way of life. Although the exact form of this contest remains legendary, it highlights the tension between two different poetic ideals: the warlike epic, celebrating heroism and military glory, and didactic poetry, oriented towards practical and cosmological wisdom. Beyond these texts that focus exclusively on the figure of Homer, much information also comes from the Alexandrian Scholia, which are the commentaries written primarily during the Hellenistic period in Alexandria. The city of Alexandria in Egypt was then a great intellectual center with a remarkable library. Scholars, sometimes called philologists, undertook the first systematic study of ancient texts there. In the course of their work, they wrote scholia with annotations, glosses, and explanations on the scrolls of the Iliad and the Odyssey, discussing not only questions of language and style, but also the poet's life. These sometimes fragmentary scholia allege that one passage indicates Homer's impoverished youth, another his Ionian origin. Alexandrian scholars like Zenodotus or Aristophanes of Byzantium contributed to identifying interpolations and harmonizing the various doubtful passages. From this patient annotation work emerges a scattered portrait, often tinged with conjectures, of the legendary author. The scholia thus hold a wealth of marginal interpretations, mythic or philological clues that help better understand how the Greeks of the Hellenistic period perceived Homer. Despite their diversity, the stories that feed this legendary life present some recurring elements. First of all, the poverty of the poet. Far from being a great aristocrat or a patron, Homer is often presented as a man without resources, forced to travel from city to city to earn his subsistence. This poverty can take on an almost sacred dimension. Devoid of possessions, the poet symbolizes the purity of a mind entirely turned towards the collective memory and the favor of the muses. Next, blindness plays an essential role in the development of his image. Whether he was actually blind or not, the Greeks attached a highly symbolic dimension to this motif. It underscores the function of the bard as an intermediary between the visible and invisible worlds, capable of bringing forth the heroic past and epic adventures into the present through an oral performance. The tradition also emphasizes the constant travels of the poet. He is said to have been born on the shores of Ionia, traveled the nearby islands, sung in palaces or public squares, and then embarked for other destinations scattered across the Aegean Sea. Chios is sometimes cited as the place where Homer might have stayed longer, having perhaps founded or inspired a Homeric school composed of disciples and bards trained in his way of singing. The rhapsodes, who perpetuated the recitation of the Iliad and the Odyssey, would then be the direct or indirect heirs of this Chian tradition. He is then found in Delos, for the famous singing contests. Other later stories have him traveling to southern Italy or Sicily, or even beyond. This wandering is likely explained by the historical reality of the rhapsode's profession, which required constant travel to offer services and stimulate the curiosity of different audiences. The ultimate stage of the legendary journey is usually located in Ios, a small island of the Cyclades. According to most versions, it is there that Homer is said to have died. The conditions of this death vary, and some sources claim he fell ill, while others suggest a poetic or fantastical circumstance, such as an enigma he couldn't solve. In some accounts, there is even mention of a tomb of Homer, venerated by the inhabitants of Ios, who would have erected it in hopes of attracting visitors and glorifying themselves with this direct link to the greatest poetic figure of the archaic era. Whether grounded in fact or not, these anecdotes convey a desire to cement Homer's memory within the Greek landscape, to record the material trace of his passage. Writers of the centuries following the archaic period, especially in the classical era of the 5th and 4th centuries before Christ, have often mentioned the idea that this death in poverty on a remote island illustrated the very condition of the bard. He was condemned to wander a Greece, fragmented into city-states, drawing his subsistence from his oratory talents, without ever enjoying a stable anchorage or a social status comparable to that of an aristocrat. Philosophers like Plato or Aristotle did not seek formal historical evidence, but instead highlighted the philosophical and almost sacred character of the figure of Homer. For Plato, for example, Homer was the great educator of Greece, the source of a multitude of stories that conveyed values and moral norms. This moral and literary heritage mattered more than strict biographical truth. Throughout the Hellenistic and Roman periods, the image of the itinerant and blind poet underwent scholarly refinement. Alexandrian philologists, such as Aristarchus of Samothrace in the 2nd century before Christ, or Aristophanes of Byzantium, attempted to distinguish in the Homeric epics passages added by later continuators through a system of critical signs. Their marginal comments, or scholia, are full of discussions on the subject of blindness, places of birth, the date of composition of the Iliad and the Odyssey. In these comments, there is an effort to untangle the possible life of the poet from the legend that has been forged about him. These scholars admitted, moreover, that historical reality remained shrouded by the mist of successive traditions, transmitted primarily through oral tradition. Testimonials, whether real or fictional, nevertheless agree on the strength of the legacy bequeathed by Homer. The cities that claim to be his homeland thus intended to appropriate an intellectual prestige, sometimes cultivating heroic cults, erecting statues or monuments in his honor. Similarly, the rhapsodes who claimed to be descended from Homer or his disciples thereby confirmed their legitimacy, inscribing themselves in a literary lineage capable of attracting attention and respect from the public. For a Greek of antiquity, recognizing Homer as the father of epic poetry was tantamount to affirming the existence of a common tradition, a cultural sap irrigating the many branches of Hellenic civilization. The lives of Homer that flourished between the 5th century before Christ and the Roman Empire are not merely collections of curiosities. They constitute a testimony to the perception that the Greeks and Romans had of the origins of their own literary culture. Through the emphasis on the status of itinerant bard, on blindness, on poverty, and death on an island, these biographies portray a man who was both deeply human through his wandering and need for recognition, and almost divine through his ability to sing of ancient heroes, to bring gods to converse with mortals, and to translate into verse the fundamental values of the warrior aristocracy. It is this fascinating and sometimes fanciful vision of the man Homer underpinned by incomplete and often late sources that has fueled the speculations of subsequent generations. Modern specialists, lacking any certainty, continue to scrutinize these lives and scholia to get closer to a possible historical truth. Is Homer, or at least the figure that eventually bore that name, the product of an anonymous oral tradition or a unique individual? The theme of the multiplicity of competing cities, like Smyrna, Chios, Colophon, and Eos, highlights the possibility that we are dealing with multiple bards whose legacy has merged. The idea of blindness remains a central and still discussed element, a symbolic explanation, an etymological reference, or perhaps simply a literary topos. As for the death in Ios, it constitutes an almost novelistic episode, often reproduced by ancient authors to give a tangible end to an otherwise poorly documented destiny. The stories of guidance, noble mendicancy, and contests in Delos, recounted in the pseudo-Heraclitean life of Homer, or in the Sermon Homeri et Hesiode, evoke a character on the margins, always bearing his heroic songs, an indefatigable bearer of tales that were, for many, the collective memory of the bygone Mycenaean age. The ancient scholia, for their part, inform us about the reception of this figure by scholars. There are glosses emphasizing the universality of the poet's knowledge, his role as an educator of Greece, but also on the potential interpolations that may have transformed certain verses or added entire episodes. Their critical approach focused primarily on the textual coherence of the Iliad and the Odyssey, yet it revealed snippets of biographical curiosity. Alexandrian scholars liked to present the idea of the formation of Homeric circles, hypothesizing that several disciples might have themselves participated in the elaboration, revision, and transmission of the poems. The common points between these snippets of commentary reveal the importance attributed to the oral tradition coexisting with the quasi-divine figure of a primordial bard. The Iliad, a vast epic poem traditionally attributed to Homer, is part of a larger set of narratives known as the Trojan cycle. This cycle is composed of several songs that, even before the Iliad was shaped into its known form, recounted scattered episodes of the famous war opposing the Achaeans to the Trojans. Among these earlier songs are fragments dedicated to key figures. Paris, the Trojan prince, whose alleged abduction of Helen triggers the hostilities. Helen herself, considered the most beautiful woman of the ancient world. Achilles, the nearly invincible warrior, son of the marine goddess Thetis and the mortal king Peleus. Or even Palamedes, a hero perhaps less famous, but reputed to be an ingenious inventor and organizer of military life. In this vast ensemble, each song, in the sense of an autonomous oral poem, addressed a specific episode: the youth of Paris, the emergence of the conflict over Helen, the formation of the great gathering of Greek leaders, the highlighting of Palamedes as a strategist, all this before converging towards the idea of the expedition to Asia Minor and the massive siege of the city of Troy. When the Iliad gradually crystallizes, it does not take up all of these earlier narratives, preferring to focus attention on a well-defined time frame of the Trojan War. This choice is significant. The poet, or poets, composing the Iliad target a specific moment, namely the quarrel between Achilles and Agamemnon, the supreme leader of the Achaean army, and the dramatic consequences of this quarrel. The entirety of the Iliad, over 15,000 lines long, covers only about 51 days of the 9th year of a siege that supposedly lasted 10. This period is marked by the famous wrath of Achilles, a sentiment so deep that it often merges with divine will. To the Greeks, Achilles is not just a hero caught in anger, he is almost an instrument of fate, whose resentment and initial offense disrupt the equilibrium of the entire army. In addition to this chronological focus, the narrative adopts a multiple viewpoint. It alternately follows Achilles, Agamemnon, the Trojans led by the valiant Hector, the exotic allies of Troy, and the Greek allies from all regions. The divine interventions, reflecting rivalries or solidarities on Olympus, also offer other perspectives. Thus, the ancient reader or listener discovers a shifting dynamic between the human level and the divine, each influencing the other. The way the poem is constructed frequently references what is called a ring structure. This narrative technique, characteristic of archaic epic poetry, involves opening an episode with a motif, developing the action, then closing that part of the narrative with a return to the initial motif. This process can be observed at the scale of certain chapters of the Iliad, each chapter being designated by the letter corresponding to its rank, such as A, V, G, etc., in the Greek manuscript tradition or even within shorter scenes. A character is introduced, a feat involving them is described, and then the narrative returns to the same character or situation to close the sequence. This loop form strengthens the internal unity of the different songs and assists the memory of the oral performers, who could more easily find their place in the storyline. A great originality of the Iliad, and something impressive for an audience not familiar with these narratives, lies in the way long catalogs are inserted. The best known are the Catalogue of Ships, which lists almost every Greek contingent coming from different regions such as Argos, Mycenae, Lacedaemon, etc., and the Catalogue of the Trojans and their allies, which meticulously enumerates all the cities and peoples rallied to the Trojan cause. For a modern international audience, it may be surprising to see hundreds of lines interposed that describe who leads how many ships and how many soldiers. Yet, in the epic tradition, these catalogues served an important function. They established the geographical reality of the expedition, lent weight to the reputation of the conflict, and offered each region its share of recognition because a listener could take pride in seeing their ancestors or their small city listed among the participants. All this reinforced the pan-Hellenic character, that is, common to all Greek populations of the time, of the adventure. Beyond these descriptive lists, there are type scenes that epic tradition calls aristeia, supplication, or aristeia. This word also meaning military exploit, the moment of glory for a hero. The aristeia characterizes the peak of a warrior's bravery, where he slays a great number of enemies in an almost superhuman manner. During these scenes, attention is focused on acts of war. The hero is often depicted as invincible, guided or supported by a deity, and accumulates victories against high-ranking opponents. Supplication, on the other hand, shows the vulnerability of a hero or another character, sometimes begging for his life, his honor, or that of his family. The Greeks placed great importance on whether or not to respect the person who comes under your protection by throwing themselves at your feet. When a Trojan warrior begs Achilles, or a Greek leader begs a Trojan king, this reversal of power highlights how war can shake human dignity. Finally, the aristeia often covers the same notion as the aristeia. It is the moment of the hero's triumph in battle, meticulously detailed by the poet, sometimes focusing on a dramatic duel that results in the death of one of the two champions and the capture of his equipment. The dating of the Iliad, the way scholars attempt to pinpoint its period of composition, is partly based on observing linguistic peculiarities and material details. Thus, one notes the coexistence of Ionic and Attic dialectal forms, namely, Ionic and Attic are two dialects of ancient Greek. Some sequences present a more archaic language, possibly corresponding to older layers of oral tradition, while others, more recent, might reveal the continuous adaptation of the song to the audience. Philologists, a term referring to language and text specialists, have also noticed material anachronisms. For example, certain weapons mentioned in the Iliad seem to belong to later periods than the late Bronze Age, supposedly the era of Mycenaean heroes. There is sometimes mention of bronze helmets inlaid with boar tusks, equipment archaeologically attested in the centuries preceding the classical period, but rarer or obsolete at other times. Conversely, one describes shields that are almost too large or too heavy to be contemporary with the technological innovations available in the 8th or 7th century before Christ. The study of these discrepancies, the presence of technical terms belonging to different dialectal registers or epochs of Greece, helps to understand the evolution of oral tradition and the possible date of the Iliad's written fixation. For an international audience, it is essential to understand that what we call the Iliad is not a historical chronicle, but a poetic composition reflecting several temporal layers. The Aeds, those professional singers who ensured the transmission of the song, constantly updated the story to make it comprehensible and striking for their audience. They could adapt some elements, shape the protagonists according to the greatness of a court or a local patron, integrate local references. Despite these evolutions, the basic framework, Achilles' wrath, the intervention of Athena, Apollo, Zeus, the death of Patroclus, and the confrontation with Hector remained more or less the same, as it ensured the coherence of the narrative cycle around the Trojan War. In the background of this creative process, there are also later anecdotes that contribute to the myth of the Iliad and its influence. One of these, nicknamed the fig leaf anecdote, comes from the stories around Alexander the Great, the famous Macedonian conqueror of the 4th century before Christ. Alexander was fascinated by the Homeric legacy, and it is said that he always kept a copy of the Iliad under his pillow, along with a small dagger. In some versions, this rolled manuscript would replace the pillow itself. So much did Alexander appreciate the epic poem and wanted to draw inspiration from it for his exploits. In other stories, there is mention of a leaf or a bookmark made from the bark of a fig tree slipped into the scroll, marking the conqueror's favorite spot. This detail about the fig leaf might be intended to highlight the living and humble nature of this object. The Iliad did not rest on a throne during Alexander's campaign, but remained a traveling companion, symbolizing the strong bond that united the heroic tradition to the military action of the Macedonian king. The example of Alexander the Great illustrates the cultural significance that the Iliad had acquired, even among the warrior elites of ancient antiquity. For him, comparing himself to Achilles was a powerful way to legitimize his campaigns in Asia, as collective memory already associated the Troad, the region of Troy, and the Homeric epic. This also shows the symbolic resonance of the figure of Achilles, a young man, son of a goddess, whose power occupies the entire battleground. Built by the imagery of ancient songs, Alexander could find in the Iliad the justification for a conquest both irrepressible and glorious, assured by the will of the gods. We see how the strength of the myth, accumulated in the poem, acts as a point of reference for subsequent generations. Of course, the anecdote in question may have been embellished or reinvented by Alexander's historiographers, always keen to elevate the greatness of their hero, but it perfectly illustrates the idea that the Iliad, even at that time, exceeded the status of a simple story to become a source of political, military, and even philosophical inspiration. Returning to the internal composition of the poem, it should be noted that while the Iliad opens its narrative on the discord between Achilles and Agamemnon, it does not end with the fall of Troy. This may surprise a modern reader used to seeing all the events leading to a final outcome. Here, the poet prefers to focus on the peak of Achilles' anger, the tragic death of Patroclus, the close friend, or, according to some traditions, the lover of Achilles. the terrible vengeance that Achilles exacts on Hector, and finally, the return of Hector's body to his father Priam, king of Troy, a gesture that closes the poem on a note of compassion. For ancient audiences, the end of the city of Troy was known from other songs of the Trojan cycle, notably the taking of the city by the wooden horse stratagem, but the Iliad does not dwell on it, preferring to emphasize its own narrative axis, the exploration of anger, vengeance, and compassion in extremis. The recurring motif of Achilles' anger plays a seminal role in the overall structure. The very first words of the Iliad in the original text invoke this sacred and formidable anger of Peleus' son, anger that causes so many deaths among the Achaeans. From this prologue, the poet establishes the tragic tone of the story. It is not a matter of a simple personal quarrel, but indeed a catastrophe that will cost the lives of many warriors. The Iliad insists that this quarrel disturbs the balance desired by Zeus and incites the deities to meddle in the conflict. In this way, the epic operates on several levels. Men fight for honor, fame, heritage. Gods manipulate, protect, or punish according to their affinities with this or that hero. And the audience becomes aware that, behind the feats, the fundamental theme is the fragility of the human condition. To pinpoint the date and place of this collection's composition, specialists have extensively examined the coexistence of dialectal variants and the insertion of linguistic phenomena that suggest an Ionian environment, that is, the western coast of Asia Minor, near the mouth of the Meander River, or further north towards Smyrna, present-day Izmir in Turkey. The most common hypothesis is that the Iliad, in its most advanced form, was shaped in the 8th or 7th century before Christ, while earlier material, stemming from older cyclic poems, likely dates back to the Dark Age. Researchers have proposed a quasi-archaeological stratification of the text through which one can read several generations of poets who would have successively enriched, modified, trimmed, or expanded certain episodes to respond to the tastes or political stakes of the audience of the moment. Throughout the Iliad, this collective work is also manifested by elusive details, such as references to military equipment, a shield adorned with complex scenes, lances of unusual length, or chariots described more closely to the vehicles of the late Bronze Age, even though the Greeks of the 8th century before Christ no longer used the same technology. The numerous prestigious weapons, notably the divine armor forged for Achilles by the god Hephaestus, contain elements that belong to both ancient traditions and more recent innovations. In a famous passage, the description of Achilles' shield extends over several dozen lines, like a miniature universe, a true artisanal cosmogony, where scenes of daily life, the starry sky, the sun, the moon, the constellations, cities in peace and cities at war are depicted. This long description, laden with symbols, demonstrates the virtuosity of the bards and the public's attraction to strong and detailed images. The international audience that discovers the Iliad today might tend to perceive it solely from the perspective of ancient literature, but one must envision how, for the Greeks, it constituted a foundational monument. It was at once a source of warrior values, an aesthetic treasure, and a common reference. The epic offered, and still offers, a repertoire of exemplary or negative heroes, behaviors to emulate or reject. The figure of Achilles, for example, serves as an archetype of sacred fury and combat excellence, but also warns against excessive pride and withdrawal from society. He sulks in his tent, refusing to fight. The old king Priam, meanwhile, demonstrates the limits of royal dignity in the face of suffering, particularly when the grieving father secretly goes to the enemy camp to beg Achilles to return Hector's body to him. This deeply moving scene of supplication illustrates the almost theatrical dimension of the Iliad, a face-off between human pain and heroic rage, where an act of compassion arises in an atmosphere of hatred. The importance of the Iliad is still reflected for the ancients in the many linguistic details that testify to the mixed heritage of oral poetry. The fact that archaic turns of phrase coexist with more recent expressions indicates that the poet, or the collection of poets inspired by this tradition, drew from a stockpile of proven formulas used for generations to embellish and rhythm the narrative. This formulaic technique, where some entire lines are repeated to present a god, a hero, or a characteristic action, is observed throughout the poem. Thus, Achilles is not just Achilles, he is frequently swift-footed Achilles, while Zeus is often the son of Kronos, who is lord of the clouds. These stylistic repetitions, far from being awkward redundancies, facilitated memorization for the bard and gave a musical, incantatory dimension to the performance. In the Iliad, a vast poem attributed to the Homeric tradition and often dated to the 8th century before Christ, several fundamental themes guide the course of events and shape the collective imagination of the time. These themes, associated with strong images, reflect the Greek vision of war, the mortal condition, honor, and the place of the gods in the world of men. Orators, aoidoi, or rhapsodes, thus transmitted an epic narrative that combined the memory of cities in conflict and the concerns of heroes willing to sacrifice everything for their fame. From this perspective, 4 major dimensions emerge: the contrast between heroism and mortality, the unavoidable presence of the gods, the issue of booty distribution, and the staging of epic emotion, symbolized by laments and prestigious objects like Achilles' shield. In the Iliad, the notion of a hero is not limited to a mere title granted to courageous individuals. It is rather a particular condition stemming from an older age, where men, descendants of semi-divine beings, possessed extraordinary strength and charisma. The Trojan War, generally situated by Greek tradition in the 12th or 13th century before Christ, thus brings together warriors with legendary exploits. Among them, Achilles, the most famous of the Achaeans, embodies the hero driven by the desire for Kleos and a keen awareness of his finitude. In oral stories, Achilles is often recognized for his unmatched strength, the swiftness of his movements, and his mythical connection with the goddess Thetis, his mother, herself a marine divinity. His destiny is marked by a fundamental choice: to have a long life without fame, or to embrace a brief existence crowned with eternal glory. It is this tension that founds heroism in the Iliad. Hector, the main champion of the Trojans, in turn, illustrates the figure of the protector warrior. Son of Priam, king of the city of Troy, he feels responsible for his home and the people he defends. Although he is aware of the inevitability of his fate, faced with the fervor of the Greek armies, Hector chooses to fight at the risk of his life to preserve the honor of his lineage. His death, though certain, is perceived as the culmination of a heroic path. It is better to perish bravely than to witness the destruction of one's homeland. The heroes of the Iliad, whether Greek or Trojan, thus confront the idea of mortality not as mere tragic destiny, but as the very pivot of their greatness. This inner conflict between the quest for prestige and the desire to live is intimately linked to the aristocratic culture of the era. Heroes aspire to leave their names in songs, to survive in collective memory long after their passing. This pursuit of symbolic legacy combines with the anxiety of premature death. The oral poets of the Homeric era, who sang before assemblies, thus conveyed to listeners the idea that the human condition is ephemeral, but that posterity can be immortal. The epic insists on the fact that the supreme value is glory. even if it imposes through war and its perils a toll of blood and pain. The gods, essential in archaic Greek culture, appear from the first verses of the Iliad. Zeus, sovereign of Olympus; Hera, his sister and wife; Athena, goddess of war wisdom; and Aphrodite, goddess of love, regularly intervene to support their protégés or influence the course of battles. In the Greek imagination, these deities possess humanoid traits. They experience jealousy, resentment, or frustration, and argue among themselves as family members would. This highly anthropomorphic character in the work allows listeners to recognize themselves in divine behavior. The gods, however, have an immortal nature. They live in a world above men, so their rivalries rarely escape consequences. The heroes, on the other hand, fully bear the weight of celestial decisions. The divine presence expresses itself in various ways throughout the narrative. Sometimes, a god sends a remarkable sign. Zeus can make lightning rain down, or Apollo can unleash a plague on the Greek army, as at the beginning of the Iliad, when priest Chryses, offended by Agamemnon, calls upon the god to avenge him. Other times, the gods manifest in human forms, walking the front lines, encouraging a hero, or sowing panic among his adversaries. Athena, for instance, frequently adopts the appearance of various characters to converse with Greek leaders, advising or steering certain warriors away from a decision that does not suit her. This celestial interference engenders a form of tragic irony. Men often believe they act of their own accord, when in reality, they are manipulated or directed by the gods. Achilles, in his anger against Agamemnon, receives partial support from Zeus at Thetis's request, which disrupts the balance of the conflict. Hector, on his part, believes he can lead the defense of Troy to the end, but is ultimately abandoned by Apollo at the crucial moment of his duel against Achilles. This illustrates the fragility of mortals, trapped in a game of higher influences they do not control. Furthermore, when the deities fail to agree among themselves, their antagonism spills over into both camps, rekindling the battles. Hera supports the Achaeans, Ares occasionally favors the Trojans, and Zeus strives to maintain a cosmic balance while responding to the prayers that reach Olympus. Those who listen to the epic thus understand that, for the ancient Greeks, the fate of men is never entirely autonomous. It ultimately depends on capricious deities, comparable to forces of nature, ready to overturn the fortune of a camp overnight. At the heart of the narrative, one of the concrete stakes for the warriors is the distribution of the booty and the recognition of their worth. In the cultural system described by the Iliad, time is measured by the wealth acquired and shared. During each raid or victory, the combatants carry off booty, composed of precious objects, livestock, and sometimes captives, both men and women. Kings and war chiefs, like Agamemnon, Menelaus, or Ulysses, receive a larger share, supposed to reward their rank and responsibilities. However, this hierarchy is not fixed and can lead to tensions. Each warrior's prestige is weighed against his service record and reputation. The initial conflict between Achilles and Agamemnon is rooted in this dynamic. Agamemnon, having been forced to return Chryseis, the captive attributed to him, demands to take another share of the booty, namely Briseis, a woman captured by Achilles. The most powerful of the Greek heroes then sees his honor slighted. Indeed, the taking of Briseis is not merely a sentimental issue, but rather symbolizes a public affront, a dispossession of his rightful share. For Achilles, losing such a trophy amounts to losing the concrete recognition of his status. The tension that arises from this dispute has devastating consequences for the Achaean camp. Furious, Achilles withdraws from battle, depriving his camp of its most effective fighter. The confrontation suddenly becomes unbalanced, and the Trojans take advantage of this to push back the opposing army. This episode illustrates the pivotal role that social hierarchy plays in the Iliad. Each person's personal honor depends on the consideration granted by their peers, as well as on the position they occupy in the distribution of wealth. The booty, which may at first glance seem merely a collection of concrete goods, becomes the material expression of divine favor and public recognition. To refuse or take away this booty from a hero is to deny the value of his exploits. Epic recitals constantly emphasize these power dynamics, as a dishonored man easily turns away from the collective, endangering overall cohesion. In this context, the distribution of the booty follows several rites. After each major engagement, the king or chief convenes the assembly, and high-ranking warriors are offered larger shares, exceptional weapons, gold pieces, horses, or prestige items. Captive women can be a diplomatic issue, as they are sometimes exchanged for ransoms or attributed as rewards symbolizing dominance over the enemy. This economy thus does not exist merely to enrich the combatants, but also to maintain a balance of power within the army, by satisfying or not the appetites of the most powerful characters. Beyond the heroes, their rivalries, and divine interventions, the Iliad stands out for its deeply emotional dimension. The epic does not merely depict military events, it also gives voice to the lamentations and sufferings that punctuate the conflict. The tears and laments of the characters remind us that despite their bravery, these men remain sensitive to the loss of their loved ones, the death of their companions, and the ravages of war. The mourners, often women, participate in the funerals by singing dirges. Following fierce battles, the text depicts lifeless bodies abandoned under the walls, or anguished mothers and wives who, from the towers of Troy, witness the killing of those they love. This dramatic aspect gives the epic a profoundly human dimension. Even the heroes are confronted with the grief of a final separation. Lamentations transcend boundaries. Hector is killed by Achilles, but the fate of the Trojan, struck down under the walls, stirs compassion. His wife Andromache, upon hearing the news, is torn with pain, aware that she is now a widow, her son Astyanax an orphan, and the city deprived of its greatest defender. Listeners of the archaic period, from different regions, could thus identify with this situation. The loss of a loved one in wartime is a universal event, even for kings and heroes. Meanwhile, Achilles himself is not spared from pain. When his close friend Patroclus dies by Hector's hand, Achilles' rage and despair grow, eventually driving him to return to combat, seeking relentless vengeance. This psychological development highlights the complexity of the character, who is not only an invincible warrior, but a man wounded by loss. Among the iconic objects in the Iliad, Achilles' shield holds a special place. Forged by Hephaestus, the divine blacksmith, at the request of Thetis, this shield is described with exceptional precision. More than a simple defensive weapon, it is presented as a work of art, containing a true microcosm. The poet describes scenes of daily life, peasants plowing, shepherds leading their flocks, weddings in the city center, as well as dances and contests among fighters. This representation is all the more remarkable as it constitutes a miniature world, a mirror in which the entirety of human existence is reflected. It displays both war and peace, celebration and mourning, harmony and discord. In this sense, the shield symbolizes the dualities of the mortal condition. Humanity is capable of creating beauty and joy, just as it can sow destruction. This artistic mise en abîme reinforces the idea that the hero assumes the protection of the world's order. When Achilles brandishes this shield, He takes on not only the role of avenger for Patroclus, but also as the defender of a universe of which he embodies the quintessence. The work of the celestial blacksmith Hephaestus is not trivial. It shows that even in a narrative of violence and tension, the gods can offer humans objects that bear balance and harmony. Furthermore, this long description, often referred to as ekphrasis, reflects the diversity of skills in the societies of the Aegean basin. The metal, heated to white and then molded, gives birth to a masterpiece, proof of technical mastery and divine ingenuity. The presentation of the shield also serves as a strong contrast to the surrounding brutality. At the moment he receives this object, Achilles reconnects with his commitment to the battle. He is about to charge onto Troy, determined to kill Hector. Yet, the shield underscores the creative power contained within men and gods. The chant emphasizes this paradox. Within a single narrative, we encounter a complete universe where joy and peace might reign, while the poet simultaneously celebrates the fury and violent warfare. The listeners of Greek cities could become aware of human ambivalence. The glory, so prized by heroes, always comes with a cost, that of suffering and destruction. The emotional richness of the Iliad unfolds through this constant interplay between majesty and cruelty. The lamentations for the dead, the heartbreaking farewells, the grand funerals like that of Patroclus, all offer a clear-eyed look at the human condition. The heroes, often depicted as idealized figures, shed tears, tear their clothes, expressing unrestrained grief. This dramatic register triggers the audience's empathy, whether it is the assembly of proto-Greek peoples or later the city-states that listen to rhapsodes recite these verses. Sacrifice, at the heart of the epic, takes shape in this interweaving of glorious actions and irretrievable losses. Each battle sees lives vanish, while the poet gathers in his descriptions the full emotional repercussions that shake both the combatants and their families left behind. In the oral tradition, highlighting these constant oppositions between triumph and mourning, audacity and affliction, aims to teach fundamental values to the listening communities. Honor and the respect due to ancestors manifest in the care given to funeral rituals, the exalted memory of great deeds in combat, and the admiration accorded to the spirit of self-sacrifice. The epic serves as a cultural cement, uniting the populations around this foundational story: the wrath of Achilles, the feat of Hector, the sadness of Andromache, the determination of Agamemnon, or the envisaged wisdom of Odysseus, are all facets of the nascent Greek soul. In this sense, the notion of emotion, although arising from the violence of the war scenes, instills a great deal of the poetic strength of the narrative. The death of a hero inevitably provokes an emotional tear. The warrior is no longer merely the actor of a glorious episode. He becomes the victim of an inevitable fate, to which his own quest for renown has led him. The tears, the cries, as well as the solemnity of the rites, underline that the Iliad is not simply a glorification of war. It also unveils its absurdity and human cost. Achilles embodies both the all-powerful warrior and the vulnerability of the man who loves and loses his loved ones. When he receives the fabulous shield, he nevertheless prepares to prolong the cycle of violence, proving that war, in this epic, remains the inescapable context where the full range of human feelings and passions is expressed. The Trojans, aware of their tragic fate, do not give up for all that. They try to maintain a form of hope, especially since their venerated city, protected by supposedly impregnable walls, remains the living symbol of their identity. This pathetic dimension, intimately linked to the war narrative, gives all its power to the epic, which juxtaposes the harshness of the battles and the tenderness of the farewells in one poetic breath. The Odyssey, generally attributed to the same epic tradition as the Iliad, differs significantly from its sister through the tone and stakes it presents. While the Iliad illustrates the warrior power and brilliance of heroes driven by their passion, the Odyssey emphasizes cunning, prudence, and strategy, denoted by the Greek word metis. This narrative orientation, favoring Odysseus's ingenuity, makes the Odyssey an epic where intelligence surpasses mere brute force. Although the epic remains anchored in the heroic universe, it strays from it to explore the protagonist's personality, intersperse marvelous episodes, and delve into more subtle themes such as identity and hospitality. This composition would have crystallized between the 8th and 7th centuries. Before Christi, a period when the Greek alphabetic writing derived from the Phoenician alphabet gradually became dominant. Specialists note that the vanished Mycenaean palaces were succeeded by city-states undergoing structuration at this time. The oral performances, long transmitted by itinerant bards, must have shaped the Odyssey over several generations before it was set down in writing. The Greek peoples, now in a phase of recovery where Mediterranean exchanges resumed, were very sensitive to tales of maritime wandering and exotic perils. In this context, the character of Odysseus as an astute traveler found particular resonance at the heart of a society eager to assert its cultural renewal while perpetuating the memories of a prestigious, heroic past. One of the major features of the Odyssey lies in its narrative structure. Scholars often present it as 3 major movements, sometimes compared to 3 acts. The first focuses on Telemachus, the son of Odysseus, who remained in Ithaca in a home threatened by Penelope's suitors. The first 4 books, often called the Telemachi, follow the young man's efforts to protect the paternal home. This section, where Odysseus is almost absent, sets the stage for the second part, in which he finally becomes the center of the action. The second major moment, from the 5th book to the 12th, offers retrospective accounts by Odysseus himself, narrated at the court of King Alcinous, ruler of the Phaeacians. The poet alternates between an external narrator and Odysseus's own voice, as he details the journeys already completed since the end of the Trojan War, the encounter with the Cyclops Polyphemus, the episode with the Lotus Eaters, the enchantment of his companions by the sorceress Circe, his confrontation with the Sirens, and his descent into the realm of the dead, known as Hades in Greek mythology. This use of embedded storytelling is a literary device that lends great complexity to the epic. We suddenly shift from the here and now of the Phaeacian court to memories of dangers that occurred months, if not years earlier, gradually reconstructing the trajectory of a hero missing for a decade already. The listeners or readers discover with fascination the trials that delayed his return. The third and final movement of the Odyssey focuses on the actual return of Odysseus to his island, Ithaca, from the 13th book to the 24th. The final vengeance, marked by the slaughter of the suitors, closes the cycle of wandering. The epic thus ends with the restoration of family, social, and political order. Nevertheless, Odysseus must still deploy his cunning. He returns home in disguise, tests the loyalty of the servants, and discreetly observes the reactions of his own wife, Penelope, before revealing his identity. This part again illustrates the predominance of metis. Far from rushing headlong, Odysseus plans each step, receives help from the goddess Athena, then strikes at the opportune moment. The adversaries are then trapped, unable to coordinate against a hero supported by his tutelary goddess. Throughout these 3 movements, several major themes structure the Odyssey. One of the most important is identity, notably that of Odysseus, often defined as polutropos in the first verse of the epic, meaning of many devices, or of many turns. The hero is led to defend and then reconstruct his status through countless adventures. Sometimes he is known by false names, like Nobody to the Cyclops. Sometimes he must emphasize his past glory to be honorably received. His wandering comes with a questioning of origin, memory, and the sense of belonging. How to remain the king of Ithaca when he has wandered so long far from his lands? By what signs can Penelope recognize a man she has not seen for 20 years? These questions give a very personal complexion to the poem, oriented towards internal trials and reintegration into a family world. In addition to this quest for identity, there is the crucial question of hospitality called xenia. In ancient Greek society, hospitality is both a sacred duty, protected by Zeus, and an essential practice among prestigious individuals, allowing them to establish alliances or maintain peaceful relations. In the Odyssey, each stage of the journey is an opportunity to test the customs of different peoples or different characters. The contrasts are striking. Among the Phaeacians, the hero receives a sumptuous welcome that illustrates the absolute respect for the duties of hospitality. In contrast, Polyphemus, son of the god Poseidon, violates all the rules by devouring his guests. It's a way to show that the Cyclops, a monstrous figure, lives on the fringes of civilization. Hospitality thus transcends simple courtesy. It becomes an indicator of the boundary between the barbaric and the civilized, between proximity to the divine and the violation of the sacred. The motif of femininity also permeates the Odyssey in various forms. Penelope, the wife of Odysseus, appears to be infused with the same cunning qualities as her husband, so much so that the epithet peritropos is sometimes attributed to her. She deceives the suitors by weaving and unweaving the same tapestry each night, thus postponing the moment she would have to remarry. This trick underscores the importance of feminine intelligence in maintaining the household balance. Circe, the sorceress, embodies the ambivalent figure of the seductress, capable of transforming men into beasts. Her power and knowledge almost rival those of the gods, symbolizing the temptation and fascination exerted by distant lands. Nausicaa, the young Phaeacian princess, introduces Odysseus to a model of gentle and innocent hospitality, in stark contrast to the threats he has encountered elsewhere. Each of these female figures presents a particular facet of alterity, a contrast with Greek society, while illuminating Odysseus's personality. The fantastical episodes of the Odyssey, which have left a lasting mark on Western imagination, draw their power of fascination from maritime legends, often enriched by Eastern and Mesopotamian influences. The monsters, creatures, or deities encountered by Odysseus have traits sometimes common with the narratives found in the Epic of Gilgamesh or in the mythology of Near Eastern peoples. The Cyclops Polyphemus is a giant with a single eye, dwelling in his cave. This figure lacks political or religious organization, lives self-sufficiently, and flouts the Greek principles of hospitality. In some Near Eastern myths, there already exist giants or primordial creatures, symbols of chaos, possibly foreshadowing the Cyclopean tradition. Odysseus's confrontation with Polyphemus revolves entirely around Metis. He must present himself as nobody to deceive the monster, intoxicate him, make him vulnerable, and escape through an ingenious ruse, demonstrating that brute strength is insufficient when lacking prudence and foresight. The sirens, present in Book de Fund, embody another type of danger. Their song, of irresistible beauty, promises the knowledge of all things and incites an overwhelming desire to approach. Their origin might also draw from myths close to the Eastern sphere, where winged or aquatic female creatures charm and trap sailors. Odysseus, warned by Circe, escapes their seduction by ordering his men to plug their ears and by having himself tied to his ship's mast. This ruse symbolizes human consciousness in the face of temptation. Instead of yielding or fleeing, he chooses to listen without losing himself, pushing curiosity to its limits without abandoning reason. The sojourn in the kingdom of the dead, Hades, continues the archaic narratives where heroes cross the boundary between life and death to gain knowledge inaccessible to ordinary mortals. Odysseus meets the shadow of the seer Tiresias, whose prophecies allow him to anticipate the last obstacles on his path. He also encounters the specters of legendary figures like Achilles and Agamemnon, thus recalling the burden of the Trojan War's past and the melancholy associated with the human condition. This descent into the underworld reflects in the Mesopotamian epic, the episode where Gilgamesh confronts the subterranean powers seeking a form of immortality. However, in the Odyssey, the goal is not to escape death, but to obtain the spiritual strength necessary to complete the journey and return home. It is a crucial passage to solidify Odysseus's spiritual maturity. All of these actions, whether encounters with monsters, stays with benevolent or hostile hosts, or even exchanges with the world of the dead, aim to illustrate the complexity of a universal hero. Odysseus is not just the king of a distant Greek island. He becomes a figure of the consummate traveler, a character whose cunning and speech are more essential than strength or warrior glory. With each trial, he defines himself, redefines himself, acts, and questions his surroundings. The distant lands he traverses turn out to be mirrors of Greek culture, which in this way measures itself against other practices and other beliefs. Eastern myths about distant islands, half-human, half-divine creatures, and isolated cities certainly contributed to enriching the imaginary landscape in which Odysseus evolves. The narrative choice to make him not only a hero but also a storyteller of his own adventures adds a layer of reflection on the very construction of the narrative. During the banquets at King Alcinous's court, Ulysses is a bard in his own way. He weaves his own legend before an enthralled audience. The narrative games between what Ulysses decides to tell and what the oral tradition reports outside of his testimony highlight the protean nature of the epic. One can read it as a metapoetic reflection on how to compose, transmit, and transform legendary material. In other Near Eastern societies, we sometimes find tales of heroes addressing a court, recounting their feats, but the structure of the Odyssey pushes this principle further by giving it an unprecedented introspective dimension. Ulysses desires to return to Ithaca, but this urgency does not prevent him from remaining curious, in control, and ready to take risks to discover the unknown. This stance of a philosophical traveler before his time constitutes one of the profound originalities of the epic. His determination to understand and overcome perils underscores a love of knowledge and exploration, which, in Greek culture, would eventually contribute to the tradition through the curiosity of later thinkers, geographers, and historians. The epic becomes a precious reflection of human dilemmas: to preserve one's identity by remaining true to one's origins, or to explore the horizons of the world, even at the risk of getting lost or facing the uncertain fate of open seas. One of the peculiarities of the Odyssey, compared to other lost or fragmentary Greek epics, is its exploration of a wider range of emotions. It doesn't confine itself to exalting bravery on the battlefield. It constantly raises questions about human finitude, friendship, marital fidelity, personal sacrifice, and solidarity. Ulysses' companions, who follow him from Troy to the edges of the ocean, personify the fragility of mortals without divine protection. They succumb to temptation, notably the sacred cattle of the sun god, to fear, fleeing before monsters, or to anger, through gratuitous violence on unknown lands. Ulysses, aided by Athena, embodies an individual aware of the importance of moderation and self-control. This inner strength, arising from Métis, echoes the values that archaic Greece slowly begins to favor: insight and the ability to negotiate. The Odyssey also presents a more everyday dimension than the Iliad. Between the banquets in the palaces of Alcinous or Menelaus, the rituals of hospitality, the dialogues with servants or secondary characters, the bard sketches a miniature of Greek social life, particularly emphasizing domestic skills such as Penelope's weaving, palace architecture, the role of sheep and milk in the Cyclops' domain, etc. The heroes move within a setting that is no longer solely aristocratic or military, but includes the civil space. This prepares the Greek mindset to better appreciate the nostos, the return home, and the permanence of values tied to home and family. This motif of the home to be regained also maintains deep symbolic resonances. Ulysses must reaffirm his authority over an invaded household before he can fully return to his role as a husband and father. The influence of the Odyssey on later epics is considerable. The maritime adventures, the depiction of monsters, the emphasis on episodes of hospitality find echoes in numerous Greek, Latin, and even beyond works. The spirit of the Odyssey comprises a deep moral concern about the nature of man and travel, a reflection on the relationships between humans and the divine, and an interest in geographic exploration. In antiquity, these traits resonated with the aspirations of a Mediterranean world increasingly focused on maritime trade and the quest for new territories. The necessity of prudence, fear of the unknown, openness to differences, all elements present in this epic, seem to have inspired subsequent generations of navigators and storytellers. In ancient Greek times, beyond the two masterpieces that are the Iliad and the Odyssey, tradition attributes to the bard Homer or his circle numerous additional compositions. Among these so-called minor pieces are the Homeric hymns, a collection of songs in honor of the gods, as well as the famous Batrachomyomachia, literally the battle of the frogs and the mice. Other more obscure texts, like the lost epics of the epic cycle, notably the Aethiopis, Little Iliad, and Cypria, were meant to connect the story of the Trojan War and its heroes to a broader context, encompassing peripheral episodes or developments left aside by the Iliad and the Odyssey. Finally, some ancient mentions relate to the written compilation of these songs during the time of the Pisistratids in the 6th century before Christ in Athens. Despite historical uncertainty regarding their origin, author, or original form, these texts offer a unique glimpse into the poetic creativity of the archaic era and the multiple facets of the epic repertoire circulating in the Greek world. The Homeric hymns, contrary to what their name might suggest, are not necessarily all from the same poet who composed the Iliad and the Odyssey. They are called Homeric because they share numerous stylistic traits with traditional epic poetry: the use of dactylic hexameter, the richness of oral formulas, and the invocation of the muses. These are not liturgical hymns in the modern sense, but rather poetic invocations intended to introduce a narrative episode or offer solemn worship to the deities of the Greek pantheon. Their structure often begins with a direct appeal to the concerned god, followed by an ideological or mythological account recounting their great deeds, and concludes with a farewell formula thanking the deity for inspiring the poet. This ritual construction, designed for religious festivals and public celebrations, also served to capture the audience's attention before launching into a longer epic. Today, we retain about 30 of these Homeric hymns, whose size and subject matter vary considerably. Some, very brief, resemble simple introductory prayers. Others, more developed, consist of several hundred verses and are dedicated to a specific god, like the hymn to Demeter, which tells of the abduction of her daughter Persephone by Hades and the establishment of the rites related to germination and the seasons. The proposed datings for these hymns range from the 7th to the 5th century before Christ, thus reflecting the long duration of oral tradition and the continuous process of poetic enrichment. Ancient stylists, as well as modern philologists, distinguish subtle differences in dialect, meter, or even lexicon, suggesting several phases of composition. Overall, these texts testify to the major role that the praise of the gods occupied in Greek culture, while emphasizing the extraordinary flexibility of the epic hexameter, capable of encompassing both war narration and the exaltation of the sacred. Alongside these hymns, the vast collection of epic poems known as the Trojan cycle is often mentioned, also linked to the Homeric sphere. We mainly know their titles and a few fragments, as most of these poems have been lost. Among them are the Aethiopis, the Little Iliad, and the Cypria, which were said to extend or complete the epic story of the Trojan War. The Aethiopis, traditionally attributed to a certain Arctinus of Miletus, is thought to have focused on the arrival of the Amazon queen Penthesilea and the Ethiopian king Memnon to aid the Trojans after Hector's death. The Little Iliad, which several ancient authors credit to Lesches of Pyrrha, is said to have narrated the death of Achilles, the quarrel over this hero's armor, the final victory of the Achaeans, thanks to the Trojan horse and the sack of the city. The Cypria, for their part, would have told episodes preceding the Iliad, notably the judgment of Paris and the preludes to the conflict. It is likely that these poems, now lost, existed in various versions and circulated orally for generations. The bards, or Aedes, did not hesitate to draw from a common reservoir of Trojan myths, to develop certain secondary characters, or to invent new events to satisfy an audience hungry for heroic stories. The mention of several different composers for these epics reflects the plurality of tradition, which was not reduced to a single Homeric epic, but was rather a vast project in constant evolution. Although we can no longer savor the entirety of these cycles today, it remains possible to glimpse, through indirect testimonies or quotes in other authors like Pausanias, Pseudo-Apollodorus, etc., the breadth of this narrative patchwork. These epics enriched the Greek literary universe and undoubtedly nourished the collective memory, particularly in regions that claimed a genealogical or mythical link with this or that legendary hero. Within this large corpus, the Batrachomyomachia, also called the Battle of the Frogs and the Mice, occupies a special place, as it marks a humorous and parodic turning point in the epic tradition. Long considered the work of Homer in antiquity, although rejected by the strictest criticism, this short animal epic parodies the solemn codes of the warlike epic to create a satirical text. The frogs, living peacefully by the water, are confronted by the mice, who feel offended by minor incidents. The two groups battle with comedic exaggeration akin to caricature. The weapons, the ranks of warriors, the belligerent speeches, and the final flight before the intervention of a god deliberately recall the great moments of the Iliad, but twisted to provoke hilarity. The ridiculous names of the protagonists, such as Nibbler, Gnat Snapper, Knower, etc., the detailed description of javelins replaced by needles or reeds, illustrate the intent to mock. The ancients saw in this pseudo-epic a literary entertainment, witnessing the very early emergence of a comic strain in the Homeric tradition. This parodic inclination does not stop with the batrachomyomachia alone. Other texts, in fragmentary form, suggest that there existed in archaic Greece a true tradition of epic-inspired satire, sometimes called margites, which means a poem mocking an excessively foolish character or associated with other comic tales. Poets could thus play with Homeric schemes, taking the opposite of impeccable heroines or infallible heroes. This parodic literature probably circulated among rhapsodes, sometimes orally, sometimes in the form of scattered sheets, used for comedic purposes at banquets or festivities. The popularity of these texts indicates that the Greek public did not limit themselves to venerating the noble epic, but also appreciated humorous diversions and lightness. Over time, however, compilers and scholars preserved only part of these works, deemed secondary or too light, to stand alongside the Iliad and the Odyssey. Thus, the batrachomyomachia survived more completely, while other parodies evaporated over time. If we consider all of these other pieces associated with Homer, it becomes clear that we are faced with a shape-shifting corpus, covering a range of genres from religious praise to epic farce. The broad attribution of these texts to the legendary poet is part of a typical phenomenon of antiquity. When oral compositions achieved respectable renown, their authorship was often attributed to an already recognized aid, to grant the work extra prestige. It seems that Homer transformed into a tutelary figure for many poems, thanks to the power of his reputation and the aura surrounding the Iliad and the Odyssey. The Homeric hymns, the cyclical epics, and the parodic pieces thus offer a concrete illustration of how authorial identity functioned in archaic Greek culture. It was largely collective, rooted in a tradition of rewriting and reinterpretation, rather than the expression of a well-defined individuality. According to tradition, it is precisely to bring order to this blossoming of songs and stories that the reforms undertaken by the Pisistratids in Athens in the second half of the 6th century before Christi intervened. Pisistratus was an enlightened tyrant, concerned both with political prestige and cultural splendor for his city. Ancient testimonies, notably reported by Diogenes Laertius and some scholia, suggest that he ordered the writing down of the Homeric epics, which of course included the Iliad and the Odyssey, but also, in some accounts, the hymns and other less significant pieces. It is difficult to know to what extent the batrachomyomachia, or the epics of the cycle, were part of this compilation process. Some ancient authors, like Hipparchus, son of Pisistratus, supposedly continued the work of his father, organizing contests of rhapsodes at the Panathenaea, and imposing the canonical order of recitation of the great poems. This so-called Pisistratid edition remains concretely hypothetical, as the sources often contradict each other regarding the scope of the undertaking, the precise nature of the compilation, and the exact chronology of events. Nevertheless, it is plausible that, for the first time, an attempt was made to create an official version of the Homeric texts to support Athens' political ambition. In this setup, the Homeric hymns, especially those dedicated to Athena or Demeter, could serve to highlight the sacred role of the city and its privileged affiliation with certain deities. Similarly, the possible presence of poems dedicated to other gods, such as Apollo or Ares, contributed to emphasizing the universality of the Panathenaea and the cultural openness that the tyrannical regime wanted to embody. It has also been suggested that shorter, parodic, or ancillary pieces might have been relegated to a secondary status or excluded from the main corpus to focus attention on the Iliad and the Odyssey. The batrachomyomachia, too mocking, would hardly have matched the solemn character of public panegyrics and major poetic contests. However, it is known that laughter and satire were not absent from religious festivals, and other traditions like Attic comedies proved the public's attraction to the burlesque. Perhaps the batrachomyomachia circulated on the sidelines, copied by private scribes or sung at more restricted occasions, without disappearing altogether. Its ambiguous status, sometimes attributed to Homer, sometimes rejected, reflects the interplay between the sacralization of the epic heritage and the constant appetite for poetic invention. Since the 6th century before Christ, it is widely accepted that a blossoming of relatively heterogeneous texts formed this Homeric galaxy, from which posterity would primarily remember the Iliad and the Odyssey. The Homeric hymns, often recited as a preamble to ceremonies, bore witness to a religious character and a concern for divine celebration that complemented the heroic dimension of the two main epics. The epics of the cycle embraced broader aspects of the Trojan legend, allowing all protagonists to be known and linking the fall of Troy to the individual destinies of the Achaeans. Finally, farcical works like the Batrachomyomachia showed the Greek public that the hexameter and the epic stance could be diverted, resulting not in the heroic, but in the comic. This parodic tradition, while making people smile, retained traces of the original solemnity, allowing listeners to savor references to the Iliad. Ancient authors who cataloged these minor works did not always have very strict critical criteria to discern the authentic from the apocryphal. Philochorus, Theophrastus, and even Aristotle sometimes mention theories about the origin of certain hymns, attributing one to Homer without hesitation, another to Hesiod, or positing the intervention of an anonymous rhapsode. The differences in dialect, the presence of passages in the Ionic, Aeolic, or Attic register, further complicated the task, as orality allowed for all sorts of revisions. It is understandable why, from the classical era, the figure of Homer took on a mythical dimension. He was found at the origin of a plethora of works, all of which people wanted to link to the same poetic authority. The hymns constituted the sacred facet, the epics of the cycle a narrative extension, and the parodies a collective joke on the codes of the epic. Over the centuries, the scholars of Pergamon and Alexandria later revisited these satellite works, attempting to classify, note, and comment on them. However, they also established a hierarchy, generally considering the Iliad and the Odyssey as the indisputable core of Homeric genius. The hymns, although reputed to be of excellent quality, were more of a complement, while the texts of the cycle raised more questions regarding their authenticity. The Batrachomyomachia, for its part, was often treated as a curiosity. Aristophanes of Byzantium or Aristarchus of Samothrace saw it primarily as entertainment, not a major poem deserving the same meticulous exegesis as the Iliad. In the Hellenistic period, the task of the philologists remained immense, and the resources for analysis were limited. Yet, they had the merit of transmitting part of these creations by copying them, thereby saving a few gems from oblivion. The mention of the Pisistratid edition is therefore fundamental for understanding how such a corpus could have been fixed in writing. The guiding idea was that Athens, to honor its city and festivals, needed a stable and complete text of the epic. The rhapsodes, invited to recite at the Panathenaic Games, then had to adhere to a set order, no longer improvising or fragmenting the epic at will. This standardization facilitated collective memorization and avoided too marked divergences from one performance to another. In this context, it can be assumed that some Homeric hymns were also written down for the same reasons: precise use during ceremonies, a desire to authenticate the text. Similarly, some epics of the cycle, perhaps including the Aethiopis or the Little Iliads, might have been recorded even if they were not later integrated into the canon considered the strict Homeric canon. Certain passages could be quoted on the occasion of dramatic performances or public speeches, continually linking the Trojan story to the powdery glory of the ancestors. The exact role of the batrachomyomachia in this editorial project remains much more uncertain, as no ancient source specifies that it was transcribed in the same movement. It is possible, however, that this pleasant text circulated independently in the form of small, easily transportable scrolls, or that it was inserted into collections of various poems, intended to entertain at private banquets. Modern historians, by examining the allusions found in authors like Plutarch or Lucian, estimate that the Battle of Frogs and Mice remained popular precisely because of its light tone and farcical aspect, so different from the rigor imposed by the canonical epics. Posterity was to consider it sometimes as a mere pastiche, sometimes as a standalone piece, illustrating the hexameter's ability to adapt to all moods of archaic Greece. Overall, this branch of tradition, encompassing hymns, secondary cycles, and parodic pieces, sheds light on the polysemy of the word epic for the ancient Greeks. It was not only about long poems celebrating war and martial exploits. The epic could also open up to ritual praise, mythological narratives of varying breadth, or even biting humor. The flexibility of oral performance, supported by the dactylic hexameter and the memory of the bards, favored the multiplication of variations. The hymns could change their dedicatee or be enriched with folkloric details, the epics of the cycle intertwined and intermingled according to various recensions, while the parody, using the same codes, humorously highlighted the attractive force that the Homeric imagination exerted throughout the whole of Greece. These pieces, long considered minor, nevertheless remain major witnesses to archaic cultural richness. They demonstrate the efforts of systematization and preservation that the Athenians of the 6th century before Christ, Pisistratus and his entourage, attempted to implement to give their city a pan-Hellenic influence, both religiously, politically, and literarily. The result was a diversified corpus, certainly dominated by the two great epics, but also allowing a place, albeit secondary, for divine praise and epic humor. As for the exact link with Homer, it remains the subject of debate. Ancient scholars already discussed the question, and modern research only extends these inquiries. Yet, the important aspect for understanding the phenomenon lies in the Greeks' ability to weave a grand collective narrative, transitioning from the glory of battlefields to hymns in honor of the gods, before ending this journey on the playful shores of a pond where frogs and rats take up arms. The Pisistratid compilers, in their attempt to organize this abundance, probably helped preserve part of this composite heritage, thereby paving the way for the long-lasting legacy of so-called Homeric texts in Western culture and beyond. From the 8th and 7th centuries before Christ, the Greek world experienced a crucial evolution, the appearance of the alphabet, adapted from the Phoenician writing system. This adoption marked a turning point in the history of cultural transmission, as it allowed for poetic narratives, until then perpetuated orally, to be inscribed durably for the first time. While in earlier centuries, poems circulated through the voices of the Ioidoi, itinerant singers or rhapsodes who were reciters of epic songs, it gradually became possible to set them down in writing. The Greek alphabetic symbols provided a much simpler means than the previous syllabic or pictographic scripts, such as the Mycenaean linear B, which fell into disuse after the fall of the palaces. This new alphabet, supplemented by the invention of signs for vowels, made reading and writing more accessible, at least for certain literate elites. Greek city-states then began a slow process of writing down complex oral traditions, both to preserve their accuracy and to assert their political and cultural authority. In this context, the figure of the Athenian archon Pisistratus, active around the mid-6th century before Christ, occupies a special place in the collective imagination. Tradition attributes to him a decisive role, overseeing the first official compilation of Homeric poems. Pisistratus is said to have realized the importance of having a stable and complete version of the epics to reinforce the cultural cohesion of the city and mark Athens' preeminence in the Greek world. This legend, likely a later reconstruction, nonetheless reflects a concrete dynamic: the leaders of a city wanting to gather, organize, and document their oral traditions to make them an uncontested literary jewel. The Panathenaea, the most important religious and civic festival of Athens, then became a key moment for the performance of these texts. Organized in honor of the goddess Athena, protector of the city, these celebrations included competitions in music, theater, and recitation. Rhapsodes were tested in public competitions. They had to declaim passages from the Iliad and the Odyssey, centered on the heroic exploits of the Achaean warriors and the cunning of Ulysses. This ritual recital, called in relay, involved several artists taking turns in an orderly manner to present each segment of the poem. The usage reported by ancient sources specifies that an order of declamation was imposed to cover the entirety of the songs without omission. Unlike the previous era, where the Aoidoi could choose their favorite episodes freely, we see here the intention to ensure a global narrative coherence. Legend has it that it was precisely Pisistratus, or his sons after him, who issued this imposed order, and that, as part of a large standardization enterprise, each of the songs inherited from oral tradition was committed to writing. The official motivations for such an approach are undoubtedly rooted in a concern for authenticity. They wanted to guard against overly free improvisations or the forgetting of certain parts of the story. However, there is also a political dimension to this project. Bringing together and harmonizing the epics enhanced Athens' prestige as a cultural center at a time when the city was seeking to assert itself in the face of other emerging powers of archaic Greece, notably Sparta or Corinth. The exact role of Pisistratus remains difficult to grasp, as sources differ and contradict each other, but his figure has become the symbol of an era when orality, so vibrant for centuries, began to be framed by written support. The transition from oral to written wasn't instantaneous. Before the invention of the Greek alphabet, and even after its adoption, most cultural exchanges still relied on song, memorization, and public performance. The first manuscripts of the Iliad and the Odyssey must have been costly to produce because they required a quality medium, usually papyrus, imported from Egypt. Scribes, sometimes trained at the court of tyrants or in specialized workshops, would copy these texts by hand, ensuring legibility and the exact transmission of a tradition considered sacred. In this process, the role of rhapsodes remains essential. They provide the living material of the poem, transmitting the formulas and structure that were still deeply oral. The scribes sought to fix this verbal flow, gradually composing a fixed version that would gain authority over time. Papyrus then comes in the form of long bands unrolled for reading. This is the birth of the manuscript scroll, which the reader unfolds as they progress through the text. On these sheets, the original layout remains rudimentary, with writing often in scriptio continua, meaning the words succeed each other without space or clear punctuation marks. Accents and breathings, which characterize Greek in its abundance of tones and breathing marks, would only appear in the script several centuries later, in the Hellenistic period. At the time of the presumed compilation by Pisistratus, the text was still primarily a support for memory, a material aid that complemented the living memory of reciters. It was not initially intended to be a document meant to be read silently and privately, but rather a reference tool for those who wish to organize large public performances or instruct young students. As people become accustomed to consulting the scroll, the first attempts at textual criticism soon appear. Specialists of the time, often affiliated with families of rhapsodes or with scholarly groups, begin to question the proper attribution of certain verses. Multiple versions circulated, sometimes with additions or specific variations in each region of Greece. To distinguish what seemed authentic from what might be a late addition, it was necessary to invent visual marks on the scroll itself. This is how the first critical signs emerged, whose use would be refined at the time of the Library of Alexandria, but whose beginnings can be discerned as early as the Archaic or Classical period. Among these signs, the obelisk, a horizontal or slanted line, was used to alert readers to a suspect verse, perhaps too late or inappropriate to the context. The asterisk, on the other hand, could indicate a duplication of verses or a passage present in several competing versions. In this nascent framework, editorial writers or proto-philologists seek to clarify epic material or even eliminate certain interpolations, that is, the addition of less traditional passages that might have altered the overall coherence. The exact meaning of each critical sign was likely multiple and did not really become uniform until later scholars like Aristophanes of Byzantium or Aristarchus of Samothrace in the 3rd century before Christ. Nevertheless, we can clearly see the beginnings of philology, that is, a methodical reflection on the text and its possible corruptions. In Athens, the recitation contests at the Panathenaea encouraged this nascent standardization of the text, as the city was keen to present a homogeneous and reliable account of the national epic it had appropriated. Dignitaries ensured that each competitor narrated their portion of the poem in the agreed order without excessive improvisation. While it is likely that the flexibility of orality partially remained, the existence of written supports now confronted the rhapsodes with a text that took the form of a reference. The audience, largely literate or at least familiar with some rudiments of reading, began to be passionate about the authenticity of these epics, to decree that one variant was less faithful to tradition than another, or to admire the elegance of a passage highlighted during the performance. The Homeric poems became a ground for debate and cultural distinction, which reinforced the desire for stability and accuracy in transmission. In other Greek cities, there was not necessarily a concerted effort like in Athens to compile these epic traditions. Nevertheless, the prestige of the Homeric epics transcended borders. Sparta, Corinth, and Megara also organized poetic contests, where the Iliad and the Odyssey held a place of honor. The circulation of manuscript scrolls accompanied the movements of populations and intercity friendship networks. Increasingly numerous copies were found dispersed across the Aegean world, sometimes altered according to local preferences. The initiative attributed to Pisistratus shaped a model of centralized edition, but did not prevent the existence of variants. Some versions contained small lexical changes, rearrangements of certain episodes, or even additions of chants meant to fill gaps. For the Greeks, transitioning from a world dominated by improvised song to one where writing served as a pillar for collective memory was a revolution. The epic language, once shaped at each performance, gradually fixed itself, gaining stability at the cost of spontaneity. The type scenes, ship catalogs, invocations to the muses, all that composed the repetitive and open framework of oral poetry, were now attested in black and white. Successive readers, distant from this ancient orality, saw it as a form of archaism, sometimes difficult to understand and riddled with intermingled Ionian and Aeolian dialects. But it is precisely this emergence of a rich and ancient vocabulary that contributed to the growing prestige of the texts. The Homeric chants, now recorded, shifted from the status of a living tradition to that of a quasi-intangible cultural foundation. Alongside the formalization of the text, an embryo of critical commentary began to take shape. Reader scribes noted in the margins of their scrolls comments on spelling, on the interpretation of such divine names or mythic episodes. Some copied glosses, that is, explanations of rare or archaic words, to make the poem more intelligible. In this way, writing was not just a tool to fix the narrative. It urged the literate public to study, comment, and discuss it. One can imagine that in the margins of these scrolls, real debates took shape, calling for later revisions or suggesting cuts. The Panathenaea remained a prime site for publicly announcing rectifications or philological discoveries, which then reflected on the community as a whole. The development of the manuscript scroll also offered the opportunity to specify the materiality of the ancient book. Papyrus sheets, glued one after another, rolled onto a stick. On the front, the scribe placed the text in columns. On the back, the papyrus often remained blank, except when economic reasons called for its recycling. To buy a roll of the Iliad or the Odyssey, one often had to pay a substantial price, given the value of the support and the labor involved. Wealthy citizens, sanctuaries, or emerging schools thus acquired copies to keep in private or semi-public libraries. The rhapsodes themselves did not necessarily have the means to procure several rolls, and sometimes continued to rely primarily on memory. However, the prestige of an official version encouraged some of them to seek direct access to these documents. The evolution of critical signs increasingly expresses the desire to distinguish within the tapestry of the epic what is canonical from what seems doubtful. The obelus, a small dash placed in the margin, indicates that a verse must be set aside or re-evaluated. The asterisk, star-shaped, may signal the repetition of a passage or that the reader should relate a particular verse to another part of the work. In some cases, scribes also use the diploi, which is a double chevron, the paradox, or other symbols to guide the reader. All of this shows that the Greek public, increasingly literate, no longer wants to simply listen to the poem. They also want to scrutinize it, dissect it, and debate it. The first steps of what we now call textual criticism take shape even before the great flourishing of Alexandrian scholarship. Orality does not vanish. Rather, it combines with writing. Rhapsodes develop a repertoire fixed by official scrolls, but continue to perform it in sometimes spectacular representations. Local patrons within the city of Athens or in other regions of the Aegean Sea are keen to fund these spectacles that attract large audiences. Foreigners passing through, who do not necessarily understand Greek, attend the recitals and bring back memories of them. Sometimes, the presence of a scroll during a public performance reassures the audience. It is known that the rhapsode is following a reference text and not betraying the heroic legacy. At the same time, it is an opportunity for literate aristocrats to distinguish themselves by owning or commissioning a luxurious version of the scroll, adorned with beautiful writings or explanatory diagrams in the margin. The accumulation of these copies, the circulation of these multiple versions, and the emergence of slight discrepancies between them already feed, as early as the 6th and 5th centuries before Christ, discussions on the legitimacy of the text. Scholars begin to notice small linguistic shifts, noting, for example, that one term belongs to a particular dialect, while another seems to come from a different tradition. These observations plant the seed for the famous Homeric question, which will seek to determine when, how, and by whom the Iliad and the Odyssey were composed. The Unitarians will later assert the existence of a single great poet, while others, inspired by the diversity of manuscript variants, will prefer to see in them the overlay of successive eras. But in the Archaic period, the aim is not yet to settle this debate. People are primarily concerned with preserving, safeguarding, and codifying. In the background, Athens establishes itself as a cultural beacon. Its will to impose an order of recitation at the Panathenaea, as well as the legend of Pisistratus gathering all the songs, influences other cities. The impact on cultural diplomacy is considerable. Athens is recognized as an authority on the canonically accepted form of the epic, which, symbolically, gives the city an edge over the foundational narrative of the Greek world. Neighboring cities can develop their own versions, but they will often turn to Athens to validate, comment on, or compare their texts. Centralization and writing down thus have tangible effects on the diffusion of the Greek language and culture throughout the Aegean Sea basin. The Homeric poems are no longer simply epic tales among others. They become the narrative reference par excellence, capable of transcending political divisions. As the use of the alphabet becomes widespread and the number of skilled scribes increases, writing gradually sheds its minority status. Mastery of reading is not yet universal, but it develops in certain circles of society, especially among aristocrats and wealthy artisans. Epics in scroll form now influence how each generation perceives its own heroic past. In informal schools, teachers have their students read or recite passages from the Iliad and the Odyssey, instilling in them the virtues of the mythical pillars. They learn poetic language, metaphors exalting bravery, and the idea that glory is an ideal to pursue. Homer's songs thus surpass their religious and festive function to become institutionalized as didactic objects. The development of written transcription also transforms the status of the poet or reciter. In the past, the bard was a creator able to shape the narrative according to inspiration and immediate interaction with the audience. Now, he must consider the text as it was written or compiled, even if it means losing spontaneity in what he gains in legitimacy. It is likely that some rhapsodes sought to distinguish themselves by deviating slightly from the official version, while others aimed for the most faithful reproduction possible, a guarantee of their erudition and respect for tradition. The Panathenaic festivals, due to their competitive nature, rather rewarded excellence in diction and perfect memory, promoting the recognition of a form of textual orthodoxy. From then on, the fixation of the Homeric epic does not occur in a single place or at a given time, but out of the public eye, in copy workshops or palace libraries. Only the fragmentary testimonies preserved in later sources suggest to us the extent of the primitive variety. At this stage, the horizon of a critical edition is still far away. One is content to unify the bulk of the material available, aware of these poems' identity value. The embryonic critical signs are used occasionally, without a unanimously recognized theoretical framework. There are few explicit comments, and the revision of the text often depends on the reputation of the rhapsodes, the authority granted to them based on their family's seniority or their renown. The enterprise attributed to Pisistratus closes, for the ancients, the most decisive phase of this transfer to writing, even if the historicity of his intervention is debated. The most important is that around the 6th century before Christ, Athens assumes the symbolic responsibility of having gathered the epic tradition and imposed a canonical form on the Iliad and the Odyssey. In the collective imagination, the image of the great statesman overseeing poetic unity reinforces the idea that the epics constitute the heart of Greek paideia, education founded on poetry, history, and heroic moral inspiration. Writing is a guarantee that these stories, attributed to a legendary Homer, reach future generations intact. Within this cultural ecosystem, the obelisk and the asterisk, initially modest marginal marks, initiate the practice of questioning the authenticity of certain passages. Pressing local divergences push scribes to compare various scrolls to seek out the best readings or possible lessons. This work, initially artisanal, will move in the 3rd century before Christ towards the great philology of the Library of Alexandria, where Zenodotus and Aristarchus will formulate a more accomplished critical framework. But already on the benches of archaic Attica, the broad lines of an art of textual analysis are being sketched out, aiming to preserve, clarify, and select the most beautiful versions of the poetic heritage. Writing also imposes new ways of reading and hearing the poem. Anyone who can afford it can now retreat to decipher the scroll in private, in solitude, without waiting for the rhapsode's voice. This practice will remain a minority during the classical antiquity for lack of sufficiently trained readers, but it lays the foundations of a more intimate reading where the text can be perused slowly, word by word, and commented on in the margin. As for public performances, they continue to enliven Athens's civic culture. Each Panathenaic festival reinforces the veneration for the epics. Each rhapsody arouses admiration and discussion. Far from excluding each other, orality and writing intermingle. The scrolls evoke the living word, and the word, in turn, relies on the scroll to ensure the cohesion of the narrative. The emerging critical signs, in their discretion, already suggest a reflection on the value of each verse, inviting the audience to scrutinize every nuance of the heroic tale. At the beginning of the 3rd century before Christi, Alexandria, a great metropolis of the Ptolemaic kingdom established after the death of Alexander the Great in 323. Before Christ, gradually becomes one of the main centers of knowledge in the entire Mediterranean. The sovereign Ptolemy I, whose reign began in 305 before Christ, and his successors encouraged the establishment of a vast intellectual center, which quickly takes the form of an ensemble known as the Library and Museum of Alexandria. The latter, sometimes described as a research institute or academy, brings together scholars from all backgrounds, astronomers, mathematicians, doctors, and, of particular interest to us here, specialists in Greek literature and language. In the halls of the library, thousands of papyrus scrolls are gradually gathered, coming from Athens, Rhodes, Pergamon, and other great cities, to constitute the most abundant collection of texts ever known until then. Homer's poems, pillars of Greek culture, hold a prominent place among these literary treasures. It is in this context that the figure of Zenodotus of Ephesus emerges, considered the first great critical editor of Homer. Zenodotus is appointed as the head of the library, a position that gives him the responsibility of managing the collections and organizing the texts. He lives during the reign of Ptolemy II of Philadelphus in 285 before Christi, a particularly prosperous period for philology. The task Zenodotus assigns himself is to identify duplicates, inconsistencies, and variants in the verses of the Iliad and the Odyssey. Since the archaic era, these poems have circulated in very diverse oral and written forms. Depending on the cities, the bards, or even poetic competitions, it sometimes happens that a passage is added or, conversely, truncated to better suit the audience of the moment. Over the course of his research, Zenodotus thus undertakes to constitute what will later be called a Vulgate of Homer. The word does not yet exist in Hellenistic Greek, but the idea is similar. it is necessary to select and establish a text that, according to the philologist's judgment, corresponds to the best possible version of the poem. To do this, Zenodotus compares various scrolls, notes the differences in the margin, questions the exact placement of certain episodes, partially adheres to previous critical traditions, but also develops his own criteria of authenticity. He identifies problematic verses, later called athetesis, meaning rejected verses, and sometimes uses diacritical marks to indicate what seems doubtful to him. Among these marks, we will later find the obelisk to signal a suspect verse, the asterisk to indicate a passage or a lesson attested twice, or even the depot, together forming an innovative system of critical marking. Though only indirect testimonies of this work remain through the citations of later scholars, it is nevertheless known that Zenodotus of Ephesus attempts to propose a coherent framework, free from the most blatant interpolations. He defines, for example, a strict organization of the chants, and refines the internal divisions. It would probably be exaggerated to say that he invents from scratch the division into 24 chants for the Iliad and the Odyssey, because traditions of narrative units already existed. Some, however, speak of his decisive role in establishing this long sequence of chants, modeled on the number of letters in the Greek alphabet. Thus, Zenodotus initiates, for the first time, a model of critical addition that will be pursued and perfected by other scholars of the same school. After him, Aristophanes of Byzantium and Aristarchus of Samothrace will in turn leave their mark on the history of Homeric philology. Aristophanes of Byzantium, at the end of the 3rd century before Christ, is according to tradition born in the city of Byzantium, the future Constantinople. He settles in Alexandria, works at the library, and ultimately also becomes its director or librarian, according to the exact title of the era. Known for his erudition, Aristophanes does not limit himself to the study of Homer. He also takes an interest in Attic theater, notably Aeschylus, Sophocles, Euripides, as well as in lyric poetry. However, the immense prestige of Homeric poems pushes him, like Zenodotus before him, to propose the most accomplished edition possible. He inherits an already demarcated text, where certain formulas are marked as doubtful or spurious. Aristophanes then improves the critical signs initiated or used by Zenodotus. He introduces the concept of chassis, often transcribed as choresis or choresis in some manuscripts, a term whose precise explanation is today a matter of debate. For some, it is an indication of a pause or separation. For others, a sign associated with text punctuation, or even a marker to signal enclaves or gaps. In any case, Aristophanes develops a more elaborate system to denote punctuation and word division. Indeed, in the Greek language of the time, there are certain liaisons or elisions that require clarification on the graphic level. The work of Aristophanes is particularly important for understanding how Homer's text circulated and evolved. One of his major contributions is the division into verses and the introduction of kilometry. In ancient times, papyrus rolls did not have modern spacing between words, systematic punctuation, or clearly divided line breaks as in our books. To allow for fluid recitation and to facilitate literary analysis, Aristophanes proposes distinguishing sections or cola within the verse, according to rhythm and meaning. He is also credited with the first use of the accent mark in Greek writing, although this remains difficult to formally confirm. These innovations, technical as they are, facilitate memorization and reading, transforming Greek written culture. During this same period, the notion of athetesis becomes more systematic. Aristophanes, then Aristarchus, precisely note the verses they consider suspect. It may happen that a passage seems contradictory to the rest of the epic, that it presents a less pure style, or that it derives from another poetic tradition. The Alexandrian philologists do not hesitate to strike through a portion of the text with a line called an obelus. They may also, in their commentary, explain why they considered this portion interpolated, reference to a god who does not usually intervene in that manner, overly repetitive episode, dialectal variation compared to the surrounding passages, etc. But it is Aristarchus of Samothrace who perhaps embodies the culmination of this budding philological movement. He succeeds Aristophanes of Byzantium as head of the library and produces what is considered the most masterful edition of Homer in antiquity. Aristarchus's work, mainly conducted on the Iliad, builds on previous editions. He examines point by point the divergences, compares the different manuscript traditions that the Library of Alexandria has gathered, and compiles a list of variants. In scholia revised later, or surviving in fragments to the Byzantine era, traces of his interpretations can still be found. Aristarchus also perfects the codification of diacritical signs. Alongside the obelus, used to indicate an excess verse, appears the asterisk to mark a passage potentially correct, but requiring a more detailed comparison. They can be combined. An obelized and asterisked verse indicates an advanced stage of doubt, subject to long comments. The dipole, or the obelized dipole, are other marks that highlight a problematic chapter or a later edition. The cassis, of which little is known, persists or evolves under other names, always with the aim of clarifying structure or punctuation. These textual innovations are accompanied by a broader ambition, to propose a fully corrected and clarified text so that future readers do not get lost in the multitude of competing versions. Aristarchus thus adopts a philological criterion, sometimes described as unitary. He assumes that there is an original form of the poem, which must be reconstructed as much as possible. This hypothesis is not universally shared in antiquity, as others believe that the Iliad and the Odyssey have always been flexible, built by generations of bards, but Aristarchus's position becomes dominant among Alexandria's scholars. In the wake of this, the 24 chants of the Iliad and the 24 chants of the Odyssey are firmly established, even though the exact attribution of this standardization may vary from one ancient source to another. Some attribute it to Zenodotus, others to Aristophanes, and still others to Aristarchus. In any case, it is indeed in Alexandria, during these 2 centuries of intense research, that the norm of the 24 chants, now aligned with the 24 letters of the Attic Ionian alphabet, is imposed. It is easy to imagine these rolls of Homer arranged by chants and annotated, with each verse commented on, each mythological allusion, each recurring formula potentially the subject of notes on the side. Beyond mere marks of doubt or acceptance, another aspect of Alexandrian work involves composing an argument for each chant. This is a brief summary that serves as a reading key. It introduces the protagonists, recalls previous events, and indicates the likely outcome of the episode. Such sections, first oral, then become fixed and circulate with the text to guide the reader. This practice of introduction is often attributed to scholars like Aristophanes or their disciples and is found in many Byzantine-era manuscripts, distant heirs of the Alexandrian papyri. In parallel, Aristarchus reappropriates the notion of literary criticism, in the sense that he comments on the internal coherence of the narrative, the plausibility of certain divine interventions, or the exact position of an inserted speech. When a passage contradicts elements stated earlier in the poem or departs from the framework of heroic tradition, it is often seen as a late addition. This is what is called interpolation. To mark a deeper disagreement, Aristarchus resorts to a thetesis. He exercises this by conspicuously crossing out the suspect fragment. Some scholars in his entourage, or from other Hellenistic cities like Pergamum, sometimes grumble against Aristarchism, considering that too many verses are being removed. But Aristarchus's authority generally remains recognized. His judgment on Homer's purity is considered sure and reliable. Thanks to these scholars, a true tradition of critical editing is established, often described as the birth of philology in the modern sense. The manuscripts that would later circulate in the Greco-Roman world and up to Constantinople owe much to this period in Alexandria. The Homeric Vulgates, fixed in 24 chants, equipped with diacritical marks and an annotation system, become the model copied by scribes. Some annotated passages, considered doubles, are sometimes retained in the main text, but marked as interpolated with an obelus or indicated in marginal scholia. Papyri discovered since then in Egypt, such as the Oxyrhynchus papyri, testify to this period of intense editorial activity. One can read fragments of Homer enhanced with marks and critical comments, proof that this system also circulated in secondary centers, largely influenced by the Alexandrian method. There are references to famous philologists, according to Aristophanes, according to Aristarchus, or even Zenodotus's edition. These mentions show that the reputation of the masters of Alexandria far exceeds the framework of the Lagiad capital, and that their text becomes a quasi-universal reference for the study of the epic. As Alexandrian philology develops, the method of establishing a reference text becomes more refined. Different manuscript readings are systematically collected and compared, their legitimacy discussed, and the final decision adopted by the editor is mentioned. This practice, known as the collection of variants, is one of the key points of the emerging scientific criticism in the Mediterranean. It happens that editors keep two versions of the same passage, pending further corroboration. It is known that in some cases, Homer's texts could have two strongly anchored traditions, an Ionian tradition, an Attic tradition, and divergences on simple details, like an ancestor's name or the mention of a place. Philologists then face a difficult choice, either to favor the most common reading or to rely on the one that, according to their Hellenist intuition, seems older or more consistent. Aristarchus of Samothrace is often credited with introducing a treatise on critical methodology, in which he would detail his use of diacritical marks and the principles of athetesis. Later authors and commentators, such as Didymus Chalcedorus in the 1st century before Christ, or even Byzantine scholia, sometimes cite excerpts from this treatise, the original form of which is now lost. The technical discussions around the distribution of speeches, which are direct speeches attributed to characters, and the localization of particular episodes, such as the insertion of a battle scene at a specific place, show how meticulously these scholars read Homer. Beyond the purely philological aspect, Alexandria thus inaugurated a new way of conceiving literature. The work is no longer only a matter for recitation or declamation before an audience. It can also be an object of analysis, confrontation of sources, stylistic comparison, and research on dialects. Many techniques established by these early philologists would later serve as the basis for the critical methods of the Renaissance and even the modern era. Greek terms related to textual criticism, such as diaspora, asteriskos, obelos, diple, sometimes appear in the background of humanist treatises and among some editors of Latin texts in the 15th century. In the specific case of Homer, the main lines of standardization set in Alexandria have a lasting impact. Rare are the later editions that dare to revisit the major choices of Zenodotus, Aristophanes, and Aristarchus. The 24 books, with headings and arguments, remain the conventional structure of the Homeric epics. The verses noted as doubles or redundant in the margins circulate in later manuscripts. Sometimes they are moved to annexes, sometimes inserted between two columns. Commentators, whether Roman or Byzantine, most often refer to the Alexandrian canons to justify this or that passage. In the end, it is these versions established in Alexandria that most late antiquity authors, from the Roman Empire and then the Byzantine Empire, read, translate, and imitate. The painstaking work of constituting the Homeric Vulgates, the systematic division into verses, the use of kilometry, and the collection of variants form the direct legacy of this philological adventure that began in the 3rd century before Christ in the great city founded by Alexander. Critiques of interpolations gradually lay the foundations for reflection on the internal coherence of a text, a principle that would open the door to many literary discussions in later centuries. Thanks to the influence of this scholarly milieu, the Homeric legacy acquires a more stable form, recognizable throughout the Hellenophone Mediterranean and beyond. Greece, Asia Minor, and then Rome under the Empire received this almost unified transmission of the epics. Variants not considered by Zenodotus, Aristophanes, and Aristarchus do not entirely disappear, but they become more confidential. It becomes the norm for a scholar in search of seriousness to refer to the most rigorous Alexandrian exemplar. In schools, students are taught how to recognize critical signs and why some verses are deemed doubtful, paving the way for true philological education. During antiquity, the figure of Homer became the subject of passionate debates regarding the singularity or plurality of the author to whom the Iliad and the Odyssey are attributed. While many readers, scholars, or rhapsodes took for granted the existence of a single poet responsible for these two major epics of the Greek tradition, a group of critics, commonly called the chorisontes, from the Greek chorizein, meaning to separate, challenged this view. For a contemporary audience unfamiliar with these scholarly quarrels, it may be surprising to realize how lively the discussion on the authenticity and authorship of the Homeric poems was more than 2,000 years ago. To fully grasp the contours and stakes of this debate, it is necessary to revisit the arguments put forward by the separators and their contradictors, to place these exchanges in the context of the philological studies of the time, and to consider the testimonies of great thinkers such as Cicero, Strabo, or Plutarch. The chorisontes, whose exact extent of work is often unknown, were a critical movement that emerged at the end of the Hellenistic period or at the dawn of the Roman era. Their name has survived through the centuries thanks to mentions by other scholars of antiquity who refuted or discussed their positions. The fundamental argument of the separatists was based on the observation that the Iliad and the Odyssey displayed differences in style, vocabulary, and cultural content, to the extent that a single author seemed improbable to them. The chorisontes argued that Homer, if he actually existed as a historical figure, could not possibly have composed two such dissimilar epics, with differing tones, protagonists, and worldviews. According to them, the Iliad, centered on the Trojan War, its heroes and battlefields, is distinctly different from the Odyssey, which deals more with maritime adventure, cunning, magic, and the trials of return. At that time, the meticulous study of texts increasingly relied on an emerging philological approach. Several intellectual centers, including the famous Library of Alexandria in Egypt, gathered scholars specialized in collecting and comparing manuscripts. They noted, classified, and commented on the existing variations of the same passage. In this context, it was not uncommon to notice divergences in the use of certain dialects or in the phrasing of expressions, a phenomenon which, according to the chorisontes, supported the hypothesis of multiple authors. For instance, some passages of the Iliad presented a more archaic Ionian dialect, while the Odyssey contained turns of phrase sometimes considered more modern. However, this questioning of Homeric unity immediately sparked strong reactions among those retrospectively called the Unitarians. Among them, the most prominent figure is Aristarchus of Samothrace, a philologist renowned for his critical work on Homeric texts. Aristarchus headed the Library of Alexandria after being a student of Aristophanes of Byzantium, and he endeavored to provide the most coherent critical edition possible of the Iliad and the Odyssey, fixing the text, noting the variants, and marking suspicious verses or interpolations with diacritics. His authority in the matter was considerable, and his methodical approach left a lasting mark on Homeric exegesis in antiquity. Aristarchus was at the opposite end from the Coryzontes, as he strongly supported the hypothesis of a single poet for both epics. His arguments were first based on thematic continuity. The conception of heroism, the relationship with the gods, the abundant use of epic formulas, and the structure based on dactylic hexameter all seemed to him to testify to the same model of oral composition. Although the Iliad emphasizes Achilles' anger and the world of war, and the Odyssey primarily recounts the cunning of Ulysses and his adventures at sea, Aristarchus saw in these two narratives a common foundation of values, mythological references, and poetic processes. From a purely linguistic point of view, he pointed out that differences in dialect could be explained by the multiple oral revisions the songs underwent over time, rather than by the existence of two incompatible authors. To reinforce their thesis, the Chorizontes also invoke the idea that the Iliad and the Odyssey might have originated from two distinct traditions, each flourishing in a particular region before being artificially gathered under the name of Homer. However, Aristarchus, supported by other philologists such as Zenodotus of Ephesus or Aristophanes of Byzantium, defended the strong internal unity of the two poems. For these scholars, the formal divergences, while indeed real, were explained by stratifications from different times within the same tradition, without the need to postulate the intervention of multiple poets. Beyond the radical divergence between the separators and the advocates of unity, another related debate stirred the learned circles of antiquity: the order in which the Iliad and the Odyssey were composed. Some ancient scholars, relying on internal arguments, claim that the stylistic and narrative maturity observed in the Odyssey was a sign that it was composed later, and that the Iliad, more rugged and focused on warfare, would be Homer's first work. Others, on the contrary, argued that the Odyssey, with its digressions and whimsical episodes, was a form of earlier poetry, marked by simpler folkloric narratives, stemming from oral traditions rooted in maritime legends, while the Iliad, more grandiose, would subsequently close the Trojan epic. Aristarchus, in his Scholia, did not always clearly resolve the question, often merely hinting at the precedence of the Iliad. He primarily focused on defending the idea that only the same poetic school, or even the same individual, could have produced the two masterpieces. The possible influence of Hesiod, another great Greek poet whose existence is generally dated between the 8th and 7th centuries before Christ, also played a role in these debates. In his works like the Theogony or Works and Days, Hesiod reveals a whole different universe, centered on cosmogony, peasant morality, and the role of the gods. Some ancient critics wondered whether we could identify borrowings from the Odyssey to Hesiod, or vice versa. These comparisons sometimes serve to support the argument of multiple authors. If passages of the Odyssey too precisely evoke the descriptive prose or the didactic aspect of Hesiod, this could, according to the Coryzontes, suggest that a poet distinct from the author of the Iliad, more inclined towards the Hesiodic tradition, composed the second poem. For the Unitarians, this connection did not invalidate Homer's unity at all. They emphasized that Greek poetic culture was fluid, made of continual borrowings and rearrangements, and that one could easily imagine a curious Homer who, after celebrating Achilles' wrath, would have integrated more Hesiotic elements into his style in the continuation of his work. The testimonies of three major figures, Cicero, Strabo, and Plutarch, illustrate how the Homeric question fueled multiple reflections in late antiquity and the Roman era. Cicero in 106. Before Christ, the great orator and Roman statesman had immense respect for Greek culture in general and for Homer in particular. In his writings, he refers to the Iliad and the Odyssey as models of epic eloquence, marking his conviction that these were masterpieces stemming from an exceptional mind. Even though he does not name the Chorizontes explicitly, he seems to lean towards the idea of Homeric unity. The persuasive strength and moral coherence he finds there reassure him that only the wisdom and skill of a unique poet could have produced such an effect. Strabo, born in 64. Before Christ, a geographer and historian of Greek origin living under the Roman Empire, regarded Homer as an almost infallible geographical guide for the Aegean Sea, the coasts of Asia Minor, and some regions of the Mediterranean basin. In his geography, he compares some descriptions of places given in the Iliad or the Odyssey with personal observations or information from earlier sources. To him, Homer was a reliable witness, so reliable even that he doubted one could find a second poet capable of such precision. However, he was puzzled by the topographical divergences between the two epics, especially when it involved Ithaca or the surroundings of Troy. Like many scholars of the time, he sometimes doubted the literalness of certain episodes, Cyclops Polyphemus or the sorceress Circe, for instance. But he did not conclude that two distinct authors were behind the texts. On the contrary, he saw these differences as a sign of Homer's imaginative wealth, without compromising the work's unity. As for Plutarch, born around 46 Anno Domini, a Platonic philosopher who spoke Greek, a moralist, and a biographer famous for his parallel lives, he also gave a special place to Homer in his intellectual universe. In several of his treatises, and notably in his essay on the study of poetry, Plutarch is interested in the educational dimension of long epic tales. He highlights the strength of the example set by heroes, like Achilles or Odysseus, to guide the morality and ethics of young Greeks and Romans of his time. This didactic function, according to Plutarch, implies a certain unity and overall coherence of the voice expressed in the poems. Even though Plutarch, like every ancient scholar, acknowledged the existence of divergences or added passages, the idea of a unique Homer was more credible to him from a philosophical and moral standpoint. He saw in the diversity of themes in the Iliad and the Odyssey the opportunity for the same poet to cover all human issues, from bravery on the battlefield to the diplomatic and familial tricks of Odysseus. The year 1795 marks a decisive turning point in the modern study of Homer and his epics. In that year, the German scholar Friedrich August Wolff, born in 1759, published his work Prolegomena ad Homerum, quickly perceived as a true intellectual shock. Through a methodical approach, Wolff proposed the idea that the Iliad and the Odyssey were not the homogeneous work of a single poet, but rather a compilation of independent songs, originally composed by several singers or bards. He relied on linguistic clues, narrative inconsistencies, and textual repetitions to justify this highly innovative thesis. In the eyes of his contemporaries, questioning the traditional unity of the Iliad and the Odyssey was tantamount to shaking the very figure of Homer, a poet revered for centuries throughout Europe. Wolff's Prolegomena thus sparked a passionate debate, giving rise to two major critical schools in the 19th century, the Analysts and the Unitarians. The analysts take Woolf's observation as their starting point. They consider the Iliad too vast and too complex to have been conceived by a single individual. In their eyes, the epic is composed of multiple small poems, often called rhapsodies, which were pieced together over time. The repetitive passages describing Achilles' anger, the intervention of certain gods, or recurring combat scenes support their argument. The analysts indeed consider that these redundancies, difficult to harmonize in a linear narrative, reflect the progressive growth of the text. Each generation of singers would have added their own contribution, shaping an initial canvas and enriching it with parallel narratives. Thus, entire sections of the Iliad might come from traditions brimming with varied, sometimes contradictory anecdotes about the Trojan War. For the 19th century analysts, the key lies in identifying the various poetic layers, dating them, and understanding how they accumulated over oral transmission. Several German scholars distinguished themselves in this path, closely examining the very structure of the text and the preserved variants to attempt to reconstruct a shorter original plot. Opposite this trend, the Unitarians assert that, on the contrary, the Iliad and the Odyssey each offer a cohesive whole, proof of an elaborate and masterfully orchestrated narrative design. According to them, even if some additions or interpolations might have occurred, the main plot stems from a unique vision carried by a genius poet. The incredible richness of emotions, the parallels between episodes, the dramatic progression surrounding Achilles' anger, and then his reconciliation, would demonstrate an artistic mastery hardly compatible with a fortuitous assembly of independent songs. Proponents of unity highlight, for example, that the psychological development of Achilles, from his initial rage to his acceptance of death as a warrior, spans the entire Iliad continuously. A simple juxtaposition of separate fragments would have led to major inconsistencies in the hero's personality. Moreover, some assume that a highly codified oral tradition, cultivated by experienced bards, suffices to explain the beautiful articulation of the narrative without requiring a myriad of unknown authors. The debate between analysts and Unitarians spread throughout the learned circles of Europe, particularly in Germany, England, and France, prompting numerous philological studies aiming to demonstrate the validity of one position or the other. At the beginning of the 20th century, however, these disputes often remain theoretical and rely mainly on a textual analysis of the Iliad and the Odyssey, or on extrapolations concerning the Greek oral tradition. Then, in the 1930s, a new significant stage emerges thanks to the works of Milman Parry, born in 1902, and Albert Lord, born in 1912. Parry, a young American researcher, fascinated by oral composition and recitation phenomena, travels to Yugoslavia to study the Serbo-Croatian bards, heirs of an epic tradition still very much alive at that time. Guided by his encounters with itinerant singers, he records their performances, notes their improvisation techniques, measures the use of recurring formulas, and compares narrative sequences. His goal is not to directly prove Woolf's hypothesis, but rather to concretely understand the mechanisms by which a rhapsode can compose a coherent story, by varying expressions and segments, while maintaining a memorized structure. Parry notes that these Slavonic bards employ poetic methods comparable to those found in Homeric epics. They recite in a fixed rhythm, often matching the local epic meter, and rely on turns of phrase or entire verses that they adapt to the current situation. Thus, it is no longer necessary for the poet to memorize the entirety of a vast composition. He can, thanks to a stock of formulas, meters, and narrative schemes, improvise while adhering to structural codes. When it comes to describing a hero or a battle scene, he draws from a bank of poetic cliches to string together episodes sometimes already heard, but rearranged to fit the general storyline. Parry thus highlights the concept of a formula, central both in the Serbo-Croatian tradition and, according to him, in the Homeric tradition. This concept of a formula refers to a text segment, whether it is a whole verse or a half-line, used recurrently to fulfill a specific function. This can be the epithet attached to a god or hero, like the famous fleet-footed of Achilles, or famed for his bow of Apollo, but also several verses describing war motifs or rituals. According to Perry, these formulas are not merely a sign of literary laziness. They represent an improvisation tool, without which it would be impossible to compose long epics orally. The Aedes sing by following a meter, the dactylic hexameter for ancient Greece, and to respect the scansion, certain fixed expressions fit exactly into a predetermined syllable count. Similarly, when they begin to relate a character's reaction, they can resort to a half-verse introduction that matches the expected metric length. The Yugoslav bards studied by Perry and Lord proceed in the same way, proving that the creation of an oral poem does not necessarily imply word-for-word memorization of a finished text, but a modular set of type verses and narrative themes that follow one another. Albert Lord, student and then collaborator of Perry, continues the work after the latter's premature death in 1935. In his book, The Singer of Tales, published in 1960, he introduces the notion of controlled improvisation. The rhapsode, or singer, is free to modify passages or lengthen some, but must remain in harmony with the audience's expectations and the general framework of the myth. The story of Odysseus facing the Cyclops, for example, can be more or less developed depending on the occasion, but the main motif, the trick to blind the monster and escape the cave, remains the same. This demonstration on the Yugoslav field provided a striking parallel with the situation in archaic Greece, where the Aedes also had to captivate the audience while maintaining the coherence of the mythological narrative. From these observations, the analysts versus Unitarians debate takes on a new dimension. Some critics believe that the Iliad and the Odyssey may well have developed over hundreds of years before being written down, similar to the Serbo-Croatian songs whose collection showed variations from one performance to another. Others, however, emphasize the power of narrative organization. Even within the framework of oral composition, a genius artist could impart a strong dramatic unity to the epic. These discoveries fueled the oral formulaic theory, now central to Homeric studies. The question is no longer merely whether Homer existed, or if multiple poets contributed to the formation of the Iliad and the Odyssey, but rather to understand the internal laws of oral composition to better interpret the text. How are the catalogs of ships, these long enumerations of Greek contingents, structured? Why do we find type scenes of supplication, banquets, or hospitality with almost the same introductory verses each time? According to the principles established by Perry and Lord, these recurrences should not be judged as clumsy repetitions, but as the pillars of poetic memory, enabling the bards to perform without flaw. Following this major renewal, late 20th century and early 21st century research also leans towards neo-analysis. This movement aims to rediscover the sources, sometimes pre-Homeric, that may have been used by the poet or poets to compose the Trojan epics. It operates on the principle that the Iliad, for example, might integrate older narratives related to Memnon of Ethiopia, or to Palamedes, sometimes mentioned in the Trojan cycle but largely absent from the Homeric text as it has come down to us. Neo-analysts suggest that there remain veiled allusions to these lost poems, noticeable in certain passages or in secondary references to less-known heroes. Detailed studies attempt to demonstrate correspondences between the Iliad and related traditions, aiming to reconstruct a thriving network of earlier legends. There is even an attempt to identify narrative hooks, Small transitions in the Iliad or the Odyssey that could echo a larger narrative now vanished. In parallel, recent comparative studies examine the possibility that the Greek epic incorporated Eastern influences through diffuse contacts between the Eastern Mediterranean, Mesopotamia, and Anatolia. Cuneiform tablets unearthed in Iraq or Syria, containing myths of Enlil, Gilgamesh, or other deities, capture the interest of many philologists. Some detect motifs analogous to those of Homer, the descent into the underworld, the intervention of gods, and the fate of heroes, the series of combats peppered with supernatural feats. In the same spirit, researchers highlight the thematic kinship between passages of the Iliad addressing sieges of citadels and some Hittite or Ugaritic narratives depicting massive confrontations. All this nurtures the idea that the Greek epic was not born in isolation, but in a bustling cultural environment where stories and epic motifs circulated. However, the question remains to what extent Homer, or the anonymous bards behind the Iliad and the Odyssey, could have directly inherited narratives from the East, and to what extent these analogies are more about universal, mythical patterns. Since the 1960s and 1970s, genetic criticism has similarly evolved to dissect the editorial evolution of the Homeric poems once written down. Some specialists attempt to distinguish the various editorial layers within the ancient manuscripts, pointing out, for example, late interpolations or linguistic imbalances betraying successive retouches. In some passages, one can find dialectal divergences, akin to seams between blocks of text from different regions of Greece, or even insertions made during the birth of the Athenian Vulgate. Moreover, the advent of new digital tools has opened the door to quantitative philology, statistically examining the use of formulas and expressions. Like a detective tracking disparate styles, efforts are made to identify the hand of interpolators, late revisers, or local rhapsodes who may have altered certain verses. The objective is not to deny the overall unity, but rather to illuminate the concrete genesis of these poetic monuments before their definitive fixation. The 20th century and the first half of the 21st century have thus seen Homeric criticism transform, combining textual perspectives, anthropological comparison, and the archaeological quest for clues about the antiquity of certain sequences. The discoveries of Perry and Lord propelled an oralist model to the forefront, enabling both a better understanding of the text's internal variety and an explanation of its remarkable structuring. Neo-analysis revived the hope of accessing forgotten, legendary layers, and comparative studies enriched the reflection on the links between archaic Greece and the civilizations of the Near East. Debates remain lively regarding the authorship of the Iliad and the Odyssey, and the figure of Homer as the sole author continues to be questioned, but it is through the renewed prism of the oral formulaic theory and multiple approaches to the text that research unfolds. In today's scientific community, it is largely agreed that the poems, as we know them, are the result of a tradition performed over several generations, whose late writing down froze a partial version of this living material. Methodological innovations, coupled with archaeological data and folkloric parallels, are as many levers for continuing the exploration of a literary heritage that, since Woolf, has continually revealed itself to be more complex and fascinating. At the turn of the 19th century, archaeology had not yet formally confirmed the existence of a city that could correspond to the legendary Troy of Homer. Western scholars read the Iliad as an incomparable epic tale, but whose real historical scope was unknown. It was in this context that Heinrich Schliemann, born in 1822, a great enthusiast of antiquity, decided to discover the city sung by the bard. Born in Germany, a polyglot, he had made his fortune in commerce and dreamed of discovering the material remains of the greatest epic poem of the Greek tradition. His archaeological adventure truly began in the 1870s, when he decided to excavate a hill in Anatolia, located not far from the Dardanelles, Hisarlik. Some travelers from the 18th and early 19th centuries had already hypothesized that this place could correspond to the site of Priam's city, but no one had ever conducted in-depth research. Schliemann, convinced by Homer's geographic descriptions, first partnered with the English archaeologist Frank Calvert, acquired excavation rights, and launched a first campaign in 1871. The very first surveys conducted at Hisarlik surprised the scholarly world with their apparent chaos. Schliemann, impatient, dug large trenches without considering the more methodical techniques that were starting to be recommended, although still few at the time. He was determined to reach what he believed to be the Homeric Troy, which he placed in the deepest layers. However, by sheer persistence, he uncovered various overlapping occupation layers, proving that the hill was not natural, but made up of a succession of cities built on the ruins of the previous one. Guided by his readings of the Iliad, Schliemann thought he had discovered Priam's treasure in the lower layers. It was a spectacular collection of gold items, including a diadem and several richly decorated jewels. Triumphant, he announced that he had found tangible proof of the great Trojan kingdom. Nevertheless, the problem of dating arose very quickly. Specialists recognized that Schliemann's treasure likely belonged to a period earlier than the 13th century before Christ, the generally proposed date for the Trojan War. Several stratifications were gradually identified and numbered. The nascent science of stratigraphy made it possible to distinguish 9 major layers named Troy the Fern to Troy 9, each referring to distinct phases in the site's history. In the initial classifications, Schliemann numbered these phases somewhat arbitrarily. His overly invasive excavation methods sometimes prevented a clear reading of the levels. He inadvertently dismantled entire sections of earlier walls in his quest to reach what he deemed to be the layer of the Homeric War. Later, other archaeologists resumed the excavations and strengthened the dating criteria through a more patient approach. Regarding the correspondence with the epic narrative, attention focused mainly on 2 horizons, Troy 6 and Troy 7, which correspond to occupations between the 17th century and the first quarter of the 12th century before Christ. During the end of Troy VI and the beginning of Troy VII, clear evidence of destruction by fire and powerful fortifications were identified. The outer walls, made up of monumental limestone blocks, could potentially correspond to those described in scenes where Hector, Paris, and other Trojans defend their ramparts against the Achaeans. Archaeologists uncovered a level of devastation whose debris suggests a violent catastrophe. Could this be the historical moment when the Greeks, led by Agamemnon and Achilles, finally conquered the city? Or is it rather a case of conflicts or natural disasters unrelated to the epic? Hypotheses remained open and fueled lively debates since the late 19th century. In the early 20th century, research continued, but it was especially after World War II that the archaeological methodology evolved significantly. New international teams flocked to Hisarlik, attempting to establish a more precise stratigraphic framework based on ceramic analysis and comparisons with other Aegean sites. The challenge was to understand whether the city, at the time purported to be the period of the Trojan War around 1250 to 1200 before Christ, was powerful enough to justify a major conflict with Mycenaean kingdoms. Researchers sought to determine if the fortifications were impressive enough, if the interior buildings indicated a palatial organization, and if the material wealth corresponded to the image of a strategically located metropolis. In the 1980s and 1990s, the excavation project supervised by the German archaeologist Manfred Korfmann revitalized interest in the site. Korfmann, utilizing geophysical surveys and more refined topographical methods, proposed the idea that the citadel discovered by Schliemann, although fortified, represented only the upper part of the city. Around the plateau, there might have been a vast urban area, a lower city surrounded by lighter walls, inhabited by a population potentially numbering several thousand inhabitants. This hypothesis, supported by the discovery of defensive ditches and some evidence of occupation beyond the massive walls of the citadel, changed perspectives. According to Korfmann, if Troy 667 extended much further than early researchers thought, it reinforced the credibility of a great Trojan kingdom at the crossroads of maritime and land routes connecting the Aegean Sea, the Sea of Marmara, and inner Anatolia. However, other specialists, including the German archaeologist Dieter Hürtel and historian Frank Kolb, were more skeptical about the Great Troy proposed by Korfmann. Kolb, for instance, argued that the evidence supporting this urban expansion could be overestimated. He suggested that the vestiges attributed to a lower city might only be traces of scattered settlements or artisanal complexes, without warranting reference to a grand metropolis capable of rivaling Mycenaean centers. The controversy led to numerous publications and conferences, and ultimately, it became clear that the question was not only whether Homeric Troy existed, but to what extent the epic poems reflected a complex historical reality or amplified it. Modern dating methods also pose challenges. They rely on studies of ceramics found in certain deposits, dendrochronology, the analysis of tree growth rings when found in context, and comparisons of architectural styles. At Troy the 6, the imposing bastions are earlier, while Troy the 7, seen as either an extension or a sometimes hurried reoccupation after a catastrophe, shows signs of improvisation and more confusing urban planning. If a war ravaged the city at the time, corresponding to the last days of the Mycenaean civilization, it is still difficult to attribute it solely to the Achaeans. The upheavals at the end of the Bronze Age, such as invasions, migrations, and the collapse of great kingdoms, may have contributed to various scenarios of war or crisis. Oral tradition, in composing the epic, could have simplified, grouped, or magnified events over several generations, thus creating the legend. Divergences between the Homeric narrative and archaeological observations abound. For example, the duration of the war, traditionally set at 10 years, has no real material correspondence. The cycles of destruction, abandonment, and reoccupation could span decades, even a century. The remnants of weaponry found at Hisarlik do not conclusively prove that only Mycenaean warriors fought there. Other Aegean, Anatolian cultures, and possibly troops from farther afield could have participated in the confrontations. The site does not necessarily provide evidence of a large-scale siege. It rather marks a strategic position on a trade route. Possessing or controlling the region gave access to taxes, exchanges of metals, horses, grains. The economic stakes, reimagined through oral tradition, might have provided a backdrop for the epic. Yet, the overall coherence of the topography described in the Iliad and what is known about the geography of the region remains striking. The presence of the Scamander, the plain in front of the city where the Achaean army camped, the proximity to the sea where ships could anchor, all this corresponds quite well to Hisarlik. These similarities fuel the idea that the epic preserved through centuries of oral transmission a faded but real memory of a battle involving a major Anatolian urban center. The heroes and the gods depicted by Homer, with their alliances and angers, certainly belong to mythical creativity, but the geographical backdrop is sufficiently plausible to convince many experts that the Trojan War echoes a genuine conflict of the late Bronze Age. In ancient Greece, this war became a founding myth. The heroes of the Trojan War were regularly evoked as the ancestors of various royal or aristocratic lineages. Thus, the kings of Epirus claimed descent from Neoptolemus, son of Achilles, just as Spartan or Macedonian colonists often claimed some heroic ancestry. The epic, recounted by bards and rhapsodes, nourished collective pride, served as a common reference for education, morality, and even intercity diplomacy. By displaying symbolic links with a major event of legendary history, Greek elites asserted their ancestral legitimacy. The Trojan War, whether entirely mythical or partially historical, functioned as an identity foundation. It showcased the strength, bravery, and the fleeting solidarity of the Greeks against a common enemy, while defining a set of values, namely honor, glory, and a sense of duty, that would endure through the centuries. Discoveries in the field during Schliemann's time, and later by his successors, thus fueled a fundamental question: how to reconcile an epic text, transmitted orally for centuries, with archaeological reality? How can the remains on the hill of Hisarlik be paralleled with what the songs of the Iliad tell us? Researchers, be they historians, philologists, or archaeologists, have delved into this question by examining various points of correspondence: location, extent, state of destruction or not, supposed chronology. They identified as many encouraging connections as gaps. The Troy of the late Bronze Age, even if not necessarily as monumental as seductive in Homeric imagination, seems to have been an important regional center, which would explain the probable alliance of various Mycenaean principalities to combat it, according to the poet's narrative. One of the major pitfalls of interpretation is that the exact chronology remains problematic, as methods like radiocarbon dating sometimes lack reliability when it comes to dating a specific and short event, particularly a battle or a siege. The destruction layers 6 and 7 contain internal differences. Troy 6 might have collapsed perhaps after a major earthquake, while Troy 7 might have suffered a shortage or conflict. It is difficult to know if either corresponds precisely to the mythical war. What is certain is that the site was not definitively abandoned after these successive crises. The strategic position of the city always encouraged new occupants to reinvest in the area. In the Iliad, of course, once the city is taken, everything ends in total ruin. However, the field data suggests a more complex sequence of events. The Greek collective imagination mainly retained the spectacular and tragic dimension of the fall of a great fortress, a literary motif that continues to fascinate. As discoveries continue, some objects found in graves or at habitation levels provide a partial glimpse into the lifestyle of the era. Archers, for example, are evidenced by bronze arrowheads, sometimes in large quantities. There are also fragments of imported Mycenaean pottery, evidence that Troy maintained trade ties with the Aegean world. This supports the idea that Mycenaean leaders, in their expansion or plundering campaigns, might have considered this city as an essential trading post, or even an obstacle on the route leading to Asia Minor. The Iliad, on the other hand, emphasizes the duels of heroes, chariots of war, and the bravery of warriors like Achilles or Hector. The archaeological field nuances this image by showing a more collective dimension, defensive strategies, and multiple alliances, going beyond the frame of purely heroic confrontation. The differences also concern the presence of large reception halls or major temples. Levels 6 and 7 have not revealed a palatial structure that could be directly paralleled with Priam's palace, described as a vast complex open to festivities, councils, and rites. The remnants are sometimes too partial or too altered to affirm what might have originally been there. Moreover, the scale of the war as conceived in the Iliad, with an Achaean camp of thousands of men established for an entire decade, is not found in the regional archaeological traces, and there are no multiple permanent encampments around the site, no mass graves or large deposits of military equipment. The nature of conflicts at the end of the Bronze Age might have been more fragmented, mixing occasional battles, coastal raids, and intermittent truces, rather than a single monolithic expedition. Yet, beyond the strict relationship between text and excavations, the Trojan War has a major cultural impact in Greek history. Founding myths create an idealized representation of origins, a narrative shared by an entire civilization. Homer makes it the core of identity, in an ancient Greece politically fragmented, as everyone identifies with these heroes in their quest for glory and their pursuit of honor. As city-states form and pan-Hellenic culture consolidates, the idea of an epic uniting the Achaeans against an eastern city contributes to a shared sense of belonging. The ruins of Hisarlik, once identified as Troy, became an almost sacred place where legend could be confronted with the concrete reality of the field. Visitors and historians of antiquity, such as Strabo or Pausanias, already traveled to these lands, questioning the visible relics they identified as the walls of Priam's city. In Greek history, the function of these myths goes beyond mere archaeological curiosity. They sometimes justify territorial claims or symbolic alliances. They also fuel poetry, theater, monumental art. The Romans, who claimed descent from Aeneas, regarded Troy as the legendary matrix of Rome itself. Thus, the ruins of Hisarlik assumed an even greater dimension. They were the point of origin of a civilization that reached the West, a crossroads where part of European culture took root. Over the course of the 20th century, the contribution of experimental archaeology, the implementation of more rigorous fine stratigraphy excavation methods, as well as new physico-chemical measurements like isotopic analyses and the study of micro-remains of plants or animals, have helped to better understand the daily life of the inhabitants of the Bronze Age. If the Trojan War took place, it must have occurred in an important dynamic city, integrated into large-scale exchange networks and defended by quality walls. The Mycenaean palaces, such as those of Mycenae or Pylos, likely maintained an ambiguous relationship with the Anatolian cities, trade, occasional alliances, or even armed conflicts. Troy, with its location on the Straits route and its positioning between Hittite Anatolia and the Aegean Sea, constituted a particularly coveted hub. Archaeologists have pondered much about the nature of potential cultural influences coming from the West or the East, looking for signs of symbiosis or confrontations in pottery, architecture, and funerary rites. The results obtained suggest a multicultural environment where Greeks, Anatolians, and possibly even populations coming from the north of the Black Sea could mingle. Earlier Hittite texts mentioning a place called Wilusa are also interpreted by some as referring to the Homeric Troy, Ilios, or Ilion. This could reflect diplomatic or military contacts with the great Hittite Empire, whose capital was further southeast at Hattusa. The war described by Homer might have been just one of many incidents in a fragmented geopolitical context. The bards then unified and magnified these events, offering a grandiose narrative that continues to fascinate. In classical Greece, particularly during the 5th and 4th centuries before Christ, the poems attributed to Homer play a crucial role in the education of young citizens. In Athens, where the training of elites favors rhetoric and argumentation, the Iliad and the Odyssey are studied not only as literary models, but also for their ability to illustrate a wide range of emotions, strategies, and values. Philosophers and masters of eloquence find in them a reservoir of examples and situations to develop poikilia, a Greek term that can be translated as diversity or variety. This expressive richness allows orators to draw from the epic narrative a whole range of stylistic figures, powerful images, and moral cases conducive to learning. Homer's verses lend themselves easily to rhetorical analyses. In them, one observes sequences of battle descriptions, political speeches, or instances of supplication. Children learn to memorize certain parts of the poem, comment on the narrative structure, and extract examples usable in the context of a public or private debate. Schools, by examining the heroes, also promote warrior ambition, the notion of honor, and the sense of shared good. Because Homer is fully considered as the poet par excellence, he serves as a common reference foundation at almost all levels of instruction. Even though there is no unified textbook at the time, school teachers often choose passages suitable for grammar, diction, and style lessons. Students learn verses by heart and practice reciting them with the correct intonation, which corresponds to the first rudiments of declamation. In this context, the Iliad and the Odyssey also allow for addressing the role of courage, the respect due to the gods and elders, the question of moderation, and the functioning of the city. The narrative dimension is appreciated for its ability to elicit emotion, but it is also dissected more methodically to grasp its structure, vocabulary, and grammar. Sophists and logographers, that is to say, professional speechwriters, draw from the epics a multitude of examples to illustrate arguments and sharpen their sense of persuasion. Over the centuries, as Platonic and Aristotelian philosophy became dominant, Homeric poems continued to be seen as a reservoir of myths, values, and narrative techniques. The Neoplatonic commentaries, which mainly developed from the 3rd century CE, seek to reconcile pagan tradition with a symbolic or allegorical reading of the text. Thinkers such as Plotinus in the 3rd century, Porphyry in the 4th century, and their successors examined the divine figures in the Iliad and the Odyssey, attempting to harmonize them with their metaphysical conceptions. For them, Zeus, Athena, or Apollo fulfill spiritual functions that they interpret within the framework of universal doctrines of emanation or cosmic hierarchy. This philosophical reading manifests in certain scholia, which are marginal notes or treatises that reinterpret Homer's described conflicts as allegories of the soul struggling with its passions. Thus, the act of commenting on Homer becomes a speculative exercise, a means to demonstrate the subtlety of one's own ideas and to support the validity of Platonic teachings. The scholia minora, or small commentaries, gradually appear in the margin of manuscripts and serve as guides for this philosophical or philological interpretation. Commonly written in Greek, these varied scholia cover lexical remarks, mythological explanations, remarks on syntax, and sometimes ethical justifications. They accompany the reading of Homer in advanced schools and among the literati of late antiquity. The Latin diffusion of Homer's text progresses more slowly. In the Roman Republic between the 2nd and 1st centuries before Christ, Homer is already appreciated, but the Roman elites primarily turned to their own national poets and the study of law and Latin rhetoric. However, the influence grows with the rising prestige of Hellenistic culture, to which many Romans wish to identify. Moreover, Greece has become a privileged place of education. Many Roman families send their sons to train in Athens or Rhodes, where Homer is part of the standard educational package. It is known that Cicero studies Greek rhetoric and knows passages of Homer. The most famous example of Homeric influence in Latin literature is, of course, Virgil's Aeneid. This poet of the Augustan era composes his great epic by drawing inspiration from the structure of the Iliad and the Odyssey. The first 6 books of the Aeneid, describing Aeneas's wanderings after the fall of Troy, clearly evoke the Odyssey: journeys, storms, stops at various hosts. The last 6 books, centered on the war in Latium and Aeneas's battles to establish his future city, draw more from the model of the Iliad: descriptions of battles, heroic exploits, final confrontation mimicking that of Achilles and Hector. Though he sometimes departs from the Greek mentality, Virgil continually draws from Homer to enrich his work with comparisons, tragic heroism, divine interventions, and moral visions. In the Roman world, the knowledge of Homer is thus maintained through these translations, adaptations, or rewritings, although the cultivated public also directly reads the Greek text, at least among some patricians and intellectuals. After the Christianization of the Roman Empire, which began in the 4th century Anno Domini, classical culture did not suddenly disappear. Schools of rhetoric, private libraries, and the status of Homer as an educational pillar continued more or less uninterrupted in the Eastern Empire. The Byzantine period, which extends, according to historians, from the 4th or 5th century until the fall of Constantinople in 1453, saw a gradual preservation of Homeric texts. Manuscripts copied between the 10th and 12th centuries in Constantinople or other scholarly centers bear witness to this transmission. The scribes, often members of monastic or imperial schools, reproduced the Iliad and the Odyssey, adding a vast array of marginal or interlinear scholia. These could be of ancient, Hellenistic, or Neoplatonic inspiration, or more recent, written by Byzantine scholars. They highlighted linguistic explanations, sometimes religious, and questioned the mythological coherence of the text. The Byzantine emperors occasionally supported the copying and dissemination of these manuscripts, as Homer, seen as a prestigious testament to Greek heritage, reinforced the literate identity of the imperial court. In the schools of the time, notably the Byzantine Didascalia, students still learned Homer as a model of style. They used his verses to exercise their rhetorical ability, their art of discourse, and their understanding of metrics. The selected passages for memorization were often the exploits of heroes or the speeches of war leaders, although moral interpretations were also found to encourage virtue, piety, or courage. Despite the triumph of Christianity, Homer is never considered a text to be prescribed. Some Byzantine theologians proposed an allegorical reading to align the epic narrative with Christian values. Achilles could be seen as the strength of the soul, Hector as the symbol of perseverance, while passages too overtly presenting multiple gods were modestly addressed in apologetic commentaries. Emphasis was placed on the metaphorical dimension, or the religious significance of these pagan stories was minimized by recontextualizing them in pre-Christian antiquity. The libraries of Constantinople thus meticulously preserved the scrolls, and later, the codices featuring the Iliad and the Odyssey, ensuring the survival of these texts for the medieval West and the humanism of the Renaissance. In the centuries following the collapse of the Western Roman Empire, that is, in the 5th century Anno Domini, the transmission of ancient authors in Europe became disparate. The emerging Germanic kingdoms did not possess the educational infrastructure or the libraries necessary for sustained teaching of Greek texts. However, in the East, the Byzantine Empire and its schools ensured the continuity of the manuscript tradition. During the medieval period, many copies of Homer were produced. Some were carefully illuminated, others more sober, but always annotated. The marginalia varied from one copy to another, reflecting the curiosities of various scholars. Byzantine grammarians looked into the metrics of the dactylic hexameter, lexical precision, and the origin of certain myths. Although the focus was often on Christian works such as the Church Fathers or the Lives of Saints, Homer remained subtly present in advanced education, which formed the imperial officials or court intellectuals. Beyond the Byzantine world, it is interesting to observe how Homer filtered into the Arab Islamic universe. From the 8th century onwards, the Abbasid Caliphate, centered in Baghdad, experienced a remarkable intellectual surge. Scholars translated many Greek works, notably philosophical and scientific: Plato, Aristotle, Hippocrates, Euclid. The Homeric texts, however, were not fully translated into Arabic. At least, nothing comparable to the great tradition of philosophical translations has come down to us. The interest of Muslim scholars focused mainly on logic, medicine, astronomy, and geometry. Nonetheless, some learned individuals in the Islamic world, familiar with the original Greek texts, knew Homer and could quote extracts or anecdotes through indirect channels. The medium was sometimes a rhetorical work dealing with illustrations of speech or a collection of fables and didactic stories. It is also possible that brief compilations, transcribed by Syriac or Nestorian Christian intermediaries, circulated in the academies of Baghdad or Antioch. The taste for fables, in the broad sense, is found in medieval Arabo-Islamic literature, taking the form of short stories, moralistic tales like the famous Kalila wa Dimna, inspired by Sanskrit, or anecdotes intended to illustrate exemplary conduct. In this context, episodes from the Odyssey or the Iliad can be simplified and reused as parables. Ulysses, for example, can serve as a model of cunning, Achilles of bravery. However, it is unclear to what extent these usages are based on direct reading or on stories already reinterpreted by Byzantine or Syriac authors. Sometimes, Homer is mentioned in rhetorical treatises that describe the art of description, praise, or blame, and illustrate these points with examples taken from Greek epics. But this phenomenon remains marginal compared to the massive and prioritized influx of Aristotelian, Platonic, or medical texts, which serve as the foundations of Islamic science and philosophy. In the rare explicit references to Homer in medieval Arabo-Islamic literature, there is a glimpse of curiosity for the Greek mythical past and the legendary character of the Trojan Wars. The story of the city of Troy itself, sometimes mentioned as an ancient place of renown, can appear in the accounts of geographers or travelers. It is not excluded that Muslim scholars of the 9th to 12th centuries cite Homer as an admirable poet of a bygone polytheistic culture, while recognizing him as a source of secular wisdom. Some authors also discuss the fantastical dimension of his tales, such as Cyclops and Sirens, seeing them as allegories or fabulous stories belonging to literary entertainment. In these intellectual circles, the Homeric poem is above all a testimony of Greek antiquity, a reservoir of stories from which to draw moral or rhetorical parables, but it is not translated with the same meticulousness as scientific treatises. This partial reception is further compounded by the continuous influence of Byzantine culture, where Homer is still studied, and some Christian scholars or diplomats may interact with Muslim society, ensuring a partial circulation of these traditions. Thus, the Homeric tradition reaches the Arabo-Islamic world often in a fragmentary form, mixed with other sources and rhetorical advice that highlight style and evocative power. In fables, the mention of Ulysses or Achilles sometimes slips in as an example of cunning or tragic heroism, while Greek gods are mentioned anecdotally or reinterpreted as allegorical powers. Most often, Homer is perceived as a prestigious literary ancestor, a distant poet whose reputation is mainly transmitted by the Byzantines and their own exegetical traditions. Muslim scholars, prioritizing above all Greek philosophy and sciences, see the knowledge of the epic diluted in a broader set of ancient borrowings and references, not benefiting in the Arabic language from as comprehensive a transmission as Aristotle or Galen. At the turn of the Renaissance, Western Europe gradually rediscovers ancient texts, long preserved, copied, and transmitted by Byzantine scholars or kept in certain monastic libraries. Among these treasures is the work attributed to Homer, which then arouses renewed interest among humanists. Driven by the thirst for knowledge characteristic of the time, these scholars and printers strive to make Homeric poems accessible to a wider audience than ever before. In this context, the dissemination of the Iliad and the Odyssey intensifies considerably, thanks especially to two major advances: the invention of printing, which facilitates the reproduction of texts, and the rise of Greek studies in Europe, supported by the presence of scholars exiled after the fall of Constantinople in 1453. The enthusiastic reception of these works is reflected in the first printed editions, the publication of multiple translations in various languages, and later, the vigorous aesthetic controversies of the so-called quarrel of the ancients and the moderns. Over the centuries, Homer also becomes a source of inspiration for Baroque opera, which draws abundantly from Greco-Roman mythology to offer the public sumptuous performances. In the second half of the 15th century, Italian humanists became increasingly passionate about Greek language and culture. They eagerly welcomed Byzantine scholars who had taken refuge, bringing with them not only precious manuscripts, but also the living knowledge of ancient Greek, essential for understanding Homeric texts in their original form. In Florence, already renowned for its support of the arts and letters, the circle of Lorenzo de' Medici, called the Magnificent, a great patron of his time, encouraged this surge in scholarship. It was in this milieu that the first printed edition of Greek Homer was prepared, published in 1488 by a team of Florentine typographers. This event marks a decisive milestone. For the first time, the dactylic hexameters of the Iliad and the Odyssey, until then laboriously copied by hand, could be disseminated in more or less large series. Copies then reached other Italian regions, then France, the Holy Roman Empire, and even beyond the Alps, arousing astonishment and fascination everywhere. A few years later, in Venice, the famous printing house of Aldus Manutius also embarked on the publication of Greek texts. Aldus, a pioneer in printing works in ancient Greek, understood the strategic importance of offering reliable and elegant editions. In 1504, he published his own version of the complete Homer, adorned with the careful Greek typography that would make the Aldine collection famous. Thanks to the efficiency of his distribution network, the Venetian printer significantly contributed to popularizing the study of Homeric texts among the learned circles of Renaissance Europe. Scholars, whether Italian, French, English, or German, could now more easily obtain the Iliad and the Odyssey in the original language, fueling numerous projects of translations and commentaries. Translation into Latin quickly became an important issue for those wishing to teach or discover Homer in humanist circles, where Latin remained the scholarly language par excellence. Among the first to undertake this work was Lorenzo Valla, born in 1407, and a renowned Italian humanist known for his sharp philological analyses. Although Valla is best known for his critical study of the donation of Constantine and his reflections on the linguistic purity of classical Latin, his interest in Greek texts was no less. Thus, he undertook the translation of Homeric passages in a style aimed at capturing the epic grandeur, while respecting the syntax and aesthetics characteristic of Latin prose. Valla's effort, taken up or continued by other translators, paved the way for the diffusion of Homer's work beyond the limited circle of Greek readers. In France, during the 17th and 18th centuries, one of the major figures in the popularization of Homer was Anne Dacier née Lefebvre, 1654-1720. She grew up in the world of philology, trained by her father Tanneguy Lefebvre, a renowned scholar. With her husband André Dacier, she devoted herself to the translation of many ancient texts. She published her prose translation of the Iliad in 1699, then that of the Odyssey in 1708. Her style, both clear and punctuated with explanatory comments, aimed to make the epic richness accessible to a French readership, curious but sometimes intimidated by the complexity of Homeric poetry. Readers discovered, in their own language, the nobility of Greek heroes, divine interventions, and the subtleties of a mythology hitherto mostly perceived as a repertoire of fables. Anne Dacier's translations were met with great success and cemented her reputation as an expert on Homeric texts. Her work also reflected the admiration she felt for classical aesthetics, which she defended against those who, at the time, criticized the supposed simplicity or harshness of ancient poetry. Across the Channel, it was mainly at the beginning of the 18th century that the Iliad and the Odyssey found a heavyweight defender, the English poet and translator Alexander Pope, born in 1688. Author of the famous Essay on Criticism, published in 1711, and satirical works like The Rape of the Lock, Pope quickly established himself as an important figure in English literature. His translation of the Iliad, published in 6 volumes between 1715 and 1720, followed by that of the Odyssey in 1725, this time in collaboration for some books, deeply influenced the reception of Homer in England. Pope chose a rhymed couplet verse, filled with stylistic embellishments, aiming to elevate the solemnity of the work. While his style sometimes amplifies the epic emphasis, he remains committed to conveying the heroic beauty perceived in the original text. British readers, fascinated, discover a Homer reinterpreted according to the literary elegance of the 18th century. The growing popularity of these translations is part of a broader cultural debate that shakes France and, by extension, the whole of Europe between the end of the 17th century and the 18th century, the quarrel of the ancients and the moderns. This quarrel, which originates in French academic and literary circles, opposes 2 camps. On one side, those who consider the ancients, that is to say, the Greek and Latin authors, as unparalleled models of aesthetic perfection, and on the other side, those who believe that the moderns can surpass or equal these illustrious predecessors through their innovations. Triggered notably by writers like Charles Perrault, who praises the qualities of contemporary literature, and by certain circles at the court of Louis XIV, the controversy is fueled by considerations on poetry, eloquence, architecture, and music. Homer occupies a central place in this debate. He represents for the ancients the quintessence of the epic, the starting point of the Western literary tradition. They celebrate the strength of his style, the grandeur of the heroes, the diversity of registers, from bravery to lamentation, which gives the poems a unique vitality. Conversely, the moderns sometimes consider Homeric language too primitive, that the plot, despite its splendor, suffers from lengthiness or implausibilities, and that it cannot rival the ingenuity of contemporary creations. Anne Dacier firmly aligns with the supporters of the ancients, defending the superiority of these models and multiplying scholarly notes to justify the meaning and structure of contentious passages. In this quarrel, aesthetic arguments often revolve around the notion of the sublime, already theorized in antiquity by Pseudo-Longinus and brought back to light in modern Europe. Homer is regularly presented as one of the primary sources of the sublime for his ability to move, to strike the imagination, to arouse admiration or terror with simple, poetic images. This interest in the sublime dimension of the epic is reflected in the aesthetic theories of the late 17th and 18th centuries, for example, in Nicolas Boileau, author of a translation and commentary on Longinus's treatise on the sublime. Boileau, a passionate defender of noble and demanding poetry, praises the intensity of Homeric scenes. He perceives in them an ability to amplify the emotions of the audience, which, according to him, must emulate the rules of ancient art to achieve perfection. Boileau's writings circulate widely in Europe, where they influence the conception of literary classicism, emphasizing the measure and correctness of style. Homer's work, both ample and varied, offers a repertoire of perfect examples that are discussed and commented on in salons, academies, and court circles. At this same time, composers and librettists sought grand subjects for the emerging Baroque opera, a scenic genre they wanted to be spectacular and sublime. Since the late 16th century, with the first experiences of musical drama in Italy, Greek mythology has provided colorful tales conducive to lavish staging. The Iliad and the Odyssey offer an ideal ground. The return of Ulysses, the wrath of Achilles, the cunning or the splendor of a mythical battle constitute themes rich in twists and turns. Although some Baroque opera librettos are more directly inspired by the Latin epic or other heroic narratives, the presence of Ulysses on European stages is not rare. Composers like Claudio Monteverdi, for example, set Il ritorno d'Ulisse in Patria to music in 1640, illustrating the victory of human emotions in the hero's return to Ithaca. Other, less famous works orchestrate the exaltation of Achilles' bravery or the sufferings of the Trojan warriors. The sumptuous costumes, ingenious sets, and grand Baroque theater machines reflect in their own way a fascination with the epic aesthetic cherished by readers of Homer. The princely courts of France, Italy, and Germany then compete in inventiveness to set legendary episodes to music. Composers like Jean-Baptiste Lully in France, Henry Purcell in England, or Georg Friedrich Handel in Germany and later in London draw from the mythological heritage to create lyrical tragedies and epic operas. The figure of Homer, as a great literary ancestor, looms over these productions, even if he is often adapted to the Baroque sensibility. The plots are populated by allegorical deities, amorous intoxication, and codified ballets, tinting ancient tales with elegance and theatricality characteristic of the era. In these works, the Greek heroes or their derived avatars sing of love, glory, and despair, echoing the original songs of the AD, but under the pen of a librettist, often mindful of the rules imposed by patrons and the court's audience. However, the resonance of the Homeric epic extends beyond the sole domain of opera. In Baroque painting, too, one finds representations inspired by scenes from the Trojan War or Ulysses' journey. Palaces are adorned with frescoes, allegories, and paintings where the protagonists of the Iliad and the Odyssey appear in costumes worthy of the Renaissance or the Grand Siècle, reflecting a desire to draw from this ancient repertoire a sense of timeless grandeur. Descriptions of battles, banquets, or reunions offer artists 1,000 occasions to compose heroic tableaux. Homer thus continues to haunt the collective imagination, not just as a mere ancient poet, but as a living symbol of heroism, cunning, or steadfastness. Simultaneously, efforts continued to refine editions and translations. Based on the study of older Greek manuscripts, French, Italian, German, or English scholars strive to establish a text as faithful as possible. Marginal notes detail the variants, identify passages of uncertain authenticity, and discuss dialectal differences. Alongside, there is a multiplication of explanatory commentaries intended to enlighten readers on warrior customs, polytheistic religion, sacrificial practices, or even geographical subtleties described in the Iliad and the Odyssey. This more scientific approach heralds the emergence in the 18th century of a modern proto-philology that seeks to systematically confront antique testimonies to reconstruct the original as accurately as possible. Thus, in the academic circles of Oxford, Cambridge, or the Sorbonne, dissertations appear attempting to compare Homer and Virgil, assessing the accuracy or superiority of one passage over another. The issue is not just about literature, but involves a sort of symbolic competition between great European nations, each seeking to distinguish itself by the quality of its scholars. Enlightened princes grant patronage to certain scholars, thus inviting great minds to build remarkable libraries in which Homeric editions feature prominently. Collecting and annotating Homer becomes a mark of pride, revealing the aspirations of elites to combine splendor and knowledge. In the context of the quarrel between the ancients and the moderns, the argumentation in favor of a literary lineage directly linking Homer to contemporary authors also piques the interest of philosophers and moralists. Voltaire, for example, acknowledges the power of Homeric narrative, while sometimes being ironic about the marvelous aspects of divine interventions. Others, like Fenelon, find in the Odyssey an opportunity for an edifying tale for the youth, illustrating the cunning or wisdom of Ulysses. The story of Ulysses can also appear as a pedagogical mirror, where the hero confronts adversity through his prudence, an example of virtue suitable for moral teaching. As for the violence of the Iliad, it evokes in the eyes of some the harshness of ancient times, yet remains an object of admiration for the poetic brilliance that emerges from it. In England, Pope's translation particularly marks the period. His volumes sell well, even to an audience that does not read Greek and no longer masters Latin. The English language acquires new expressions borrowed from the epic universe, and some of his contemporaries, such as John Dryden, although he does not translate Homer in full, praise the majesty that Pope has managed to confer upon the Greek heroes. In a context marked by the rise of a culture of politeness and refinement, the Homeric breath brings a heroic dimension to vernacular literature. While some critics reproach him for having overly adorned the style, the majority see it as a successful adaptation to the Anglican sensibility, imbued with dignity and restraint. Pope thus falls within a lineage of translator poets who contribute to forging a bridge between the ancient and modern worlds, reshaping the epic for the Age of Enlightenment. Throughout the 18th century, illustrated editions proliferate. Engravings, frontispieces, and vignettes often accompany the text, offering readers superb representations of Trojan scenes or sea adventures. Bibliophiles compete for these luxurious works, which circulate in social circles where excerpts are read aloud, sometimes accompanied by little scholarly comments. The heroic action, the pathos of the losses, and the subtleties of Homeric cunning captivate an audience eager for escape in an era when literature also serves as entertainment. Adaptations on stage, or even in novelized versions, highlight the universality of the message and the inherent flexibility of the Homeric narrative, eternally open to reinterpretations.